Good afternoon. Welcome to this Wednesday, October 11, 2023 regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Sequoia Union High School District. The meeting is hereby called to order. At this time, we are taking comments on the closed session items. Does any member of the public wish to comment on the closed session items? Seeing none in person, we have one attendee. See one attendee. Are you interested in making a public comment about the closed session item? If so, please raise your Zoom hand now. Okay, we are going to recess into closed session. We plan to open back at 5 p.m. for the PAR presentation, and then we will accept the regular comments for items not on the agenda at 6 p.m. like our regular meetings always do. So we'll see you all at 5. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome to this Wednesday, October 11, 2023 regular board meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Sequoia Union High School District. We initially opened the meeting with a call to order at 4 p.m. We recessed to closed session and we return now. We do roll call, please, Laura.
Student Trustee Agarwal.
Here.
Student Trustee Yuryev.
Here.
Trustee Nori is absent. Trustee Koo.
Here.
Trustee Dubois.
Here.
Vice President Stevenson. Here. President Ginn.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Okay, thank you. The next item on our agenda is approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any comments or anything to strike from the agenda? Okay, seeing none, do I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
I move to approve tonight's agenda. A second.
Okay, thank you. Everyone in favor of approving tonight's agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the agenda is unanimously approved. The next item on the agenda is a report out of closed session items. And I'll report out that we took no action in closed session. And next is, just for those of you, if anyone's here to make a public comment about items not on our agenda, we are going to do that after the first information item. The idea was to do it at our regular time for people who regularly attend our meetings, since it's a regular meeting, to do it at the regular time. So I'm going to do public comment for items not on the agenda at 6 p.m., which is a normal time for when we start regular meetings. And at this time, we're going to have an information item presentation of the Partnership Peer Assistance Review Program.
Alrighty. Well, good evening, President Rich again, Superintendent Crystal Leach, members of the board, and our audience. I'm pleased to start off the presentation for our PAR board and for our PAR coaches that we have for today. This is a great opportunity to share the information, the wonderful work that our PAR coaches do, and the benefit it is for our teachers. I will start off with introductions in the next slide, but there are some definitely key things I do want to bring up if it goes next. No, there we go. Perfect. So PAR stands for a Peer Assistance Review. What you'll see on here, just the minimal things that they do, because they do an amazing job. They personalize professional development, co-sponsored by SDTA and the district. So it's definitely a collaborative effort. They provide one-on-one assistance for coaching and consultation for our certificated members, specifically our teachers. There's a lot of confidentiality in this, because they are working one-on-one with our teachers to improve their practice as professionals. Again, it's for certificated employees, but the biggest part that we're seeing in here is our volunteers. We have a lot of members that volunteer to participate in our PAR program. in part, we do have amazing coaches that we have in here. We have Jonathan, Danny, and Laura, who are our key players in all this. And as I said, this is kind of just the tip of the iceberg of what they do. As you know, I come from another district prior to this, and PAR in itself is oftentimes looked as a negative, that if you're in the PAR, you've had really poor evaluations, you might be on your way to exiting the district. And that's kind of the stigma that PAR often has in many districts. I will say that coming here and seeing what our team does is way beyond that. What they do here is provide amazing support for our teachers. When I see that we have volunteers and that we have a number of volunteers, it really shows the impact of what they do. This is something, if I was a teacher, if I went back into teaching, I would definitely want to join and be part of in our district. Again, what's happened in the previous districts or my other districts were not what was seen. We get those areas. I'm sure they'll definitely talk more about this, but what I've been impressed is we'll get teachers that may need additional support. What I would probably need is additional support in the use of technology in the classroom. Yeah, go figure, right? I come from the blackboard chalk age when it first started. So, to get on what they're doing now is actually pretty impressive. But that's what we're seeing. We're seeing that opportunities for our teachers to say, you know what, I need a little help in the classrooms. I need some assistance. And it just improves the professional practice. And we've seen amazing results in what's happening with that. So I honestly, I couldn't brag about this the entire time. I've actually bragged about our crew numerous times in different venues, but they do an amazing work. And I can't tell you how awesome they are. And they're going to share some of the data and information on this and what they've been able to do. So I will turn this over to them.
All right, so we can move to the next slide. We will review some data and introduce ourselves. Thank you so much for having us. I'm Danny Bliss, and this is my 16th year teaching social studies at Sequoia. Bonnie Hansen hired me way back when. And my second year as a PAR coach. And I also want to welcome our myriad supporters here in the audience who are also working on supporting teachers and retaining high quality teachers. Want to run you through some data and feel free to ask questions as we go. The first slide or the first table that you're looking at is not the past 10 years, actually, the past 6 or 7, it looks like. But it's just our caseload. And so there are 3 different categories of teachers who participate in the PAR program. There are those whose evaluations refer them to the program. There are those who are recommended to volunteer, and then there are volunteers. And as you can see, and I don't want to talk through the entire table, but we haven't had anyone in the district referred to PAR since the pandemic, since the 1920 school year. We have had a slight increase in recommended to volunteer, which I want to clarify doesn't necessitate volunteering, and a big increase, particularly coming out of the pandemic with changes in the use of technology that Todd mentioned in the number of volunteers. So those are some of what we've noticed from the data over the past few years. The other thing I want to call out is that 1920 was the first year where we went up to 3 PAR coaches from 2. And so that correlates with an increase in teachers who sign up for any reason because the caseload can handle it. Is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, I just also wanted to note that since we submitted these slides to y'all, our number of volunteers has been on an uptick. We've been getting more. And I'll introduce myself now that I'm speaking. I'm Jonathan Hoffman. This is my 16th year also at Sequoia. I teach English. Bonnie also hired me. And my 4th year as a PAR coach. And I've been really pleased to be able to be a coach in this amazing program. And I also need to shout out to Kat and Leanne, who are in the audience right now. They are former coaches, and they were instrumental in changing PAR to lose the stigma that Todd was talking about.
I'm sorry, can you speak into the microphone?
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Jonathan.
I'm going to just repeat about calling out Kat and Leanne and Jenna Carson. Thank you. They changed the they really were instrumental in changing the program and increasing the number of volunteers that we see. You want to go ahead and move?
I guess I'll do the last introduction. My name is Laura Nunez, and I'm on my 11th or 12th year at East Palo Alto Academy. It's my first year as a park coach, and I get to learn from these two people behind me who are amazing.
Do we click?
Nice. All right. So some visual aids for the data that we'll explain quickly. The first one up top in blue and red just speaks to what we've been mentioning about that stigma and how it's decreased so significantly. Just showing that our caseload this year is only 16, so no 0% referred, 16% recommended to volunteer. And as you can see, 84% are volunteers. Many of whom of our volunteer caseload are what we call new veterans. So not new to the profession because they would then be in the TIPS program, but new to our district, of which there were many this school year.
And in terms of employment status, they're relatively evenly split between temp, probe 1 and probe 2, and over a third of our volunteers are tenured folks that have been here for a while.
We are also pretty spread out across the sites with site participation from all of our sites, and you can see the percentages there. We even have people at the district office.
All right, if there aren't questions, we are good to move on. I'm going to talk a little bit. We're each going to talk about what we do and why teachers sign up. One of the big
Sorry, just real quick, you just asked if there are no questions. Usually we go to the very end and ask questions, but I don't know if you want to do questions throughout. That's something we could certainly consider. It's just no one's raising their hand because normally we just normally don't.
At the end is fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thanks for letting me know. So I want to talk a little bit about evaluation coaching, and we'll each share a bit about what we do and why teachers sign up. So a lot of what we do is coaching people who are new to the district or who are on evaluation, even if they're tenured, through the evaluation process. And what that looks like is that a PAR coach can attend pre and post evaluation meetings, pre and post observation meetings as well with an evaluator. One of my favorite things to do with evaluation coaching is that if many of our schools are now on block schedules, and so that provides the opportunity for a teacher who's being evaluated, let's say 6th period on Tuesday, is maybe teaching the exact same, the same lesson, but to a different group of students 1st period on Monday, or 1st period the same day, depending on the schedule. And so a PAR coach can go observe and give feedback and work to figure out timing and whatever else before the evaluator comes. And then as far as attending those meetings, many of our teachers are nervous at those pre and post evaluation and observation meetings. And so having a second set of ears, eyes, and a note taker can lead to more support and success for the teacher who's being evaluated.
We also spend a lot of time working on various instructional and curricular strategies, a lot of the time around student engagement and refining lessons. When I started in this district over 15 years ago, I had an overhead projector in my classroom. And I have learned quite a few strategies from working in this district that have really changed my practice. And we work with our new vets in particular on the best practices that we employ here to help acclimate them to these practices, such as structured student talk strategies, constructing meeting strategies, and all the various technology platforms that we use. And so this program gets our new hires, our new veterans up to speed with what we consider really valuable in the classroom.
We also serve as a confidential thought partnership. And especially for the new vets or people who transfer from site to site, it's really important to introduce them to the different systems or the different cultures at different sites. So a lot of our time is spent doing that. And then in terms of strategies for mental health support, this comes up from time to time. And again, having a confidential thought partner to work through and receive supports during those tough times is really helpful for our teachers. And finally, teaching is hard. And even though we have prep time, our time is always split amongst the many responsibilities and the many things that we have to get done. And so helping teachers be able to get better organized and better manage their time, knowing how to prioritize and find sustainable practices so that they can last in this profession is something that we work with our teachers to work on as well.
All right, so in closing, we want to share some testimonials. We survey the teachers that we work with every spring, and these are from last year's teachers, and they were surveyed in May. So just some that we wanted to highlight. The first is a teacher who wrote, and this was anonymous, feeling supported as a new to the district employee was really helpful because it allowed me to acclimate to school culture in a non-evaluative way, meaning I didn't feel pressured as much and felt more encouraged and supported. I just want to mention that navigating school culture is one of those things that orientation, it can be hard for like an official district or site orientation to cover. And so things like who to go to for what, particularly if it's your own site. For instance, you know, I would have loved a PAR coach, going back to the overhead example, to know who to go to when I ran a what do you call it, a transparency through the copy machine on one of my first days of school, and it melted. Coming clean to you now, Bonnie. And you know, that's an extreme example, but that's the sort of thing that we work with with teachers in our caseload about, beyond just like the official evaluation process and observations and things like that. A lot of it is just conversation around navigating school culture.
This next quote I'll read: from specific suggestions to how to manage class behavior based on observing multiple of my classes to sharing curriculum and help with backwards planning, the PARG program has been invaluable help for me in supporting the transition to a new school site and to my overall growth as an educator. And this to me just highlights the value of the program in retaining high quality teachers that we want in this district. Like all y'all out here.
I'll read this one as well. Working with PAR breathed new life into my career at 20 years in. I knew I was a pretty good teacher and I could coast, but working with PAR helped me get excited again about making my class fun, accessible, and engaging, and with less grading. And this again highlights the feelings of excitement and sustainability in teachers who have been in the profession for such a long time, just having that top thought partner to reinvigorate how they're feeling about their classroom. And that will conclude our presentation. So if you have any questions now. Oh, just kidding.
Just want to add one more thing in here, and it was just briefly touched on. It had to do with the socio-emotional side of our teachers. What we saw was at the end of the COVID, when everyone was starting to come back to the classrooms and with our students and with our populations, we saw an increase in the need for the socio-emotional side of things. And our PAR coaches did an amazing job, because as they were also coming back and working with their classrooms, they were an amazing support for our teachers during that time frame, and trying to find the supports for them during this, and again, make them successful through this. So again, I want to thank them for taking that extra step and working with their teachers on that area.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for the presentation. Any board members have any? Should we do? I guess we should say if there's any public comment on this item, now would be the time to hear public comment. Or do anybody wishing to make a public comment on this agenda item?
No, I've received no cards.
Let me just see if there's anyone in the Zoom. None. Okay. If anyone in the Zoom audience wants to make a public comment on this item, now would be the time. Okay. Seeing no public comment, we'll go to board members' comments and questions. Anybody have any comments or questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question. Now that I understand what new to veterans means, that's great that you have that program. On the flip side, are we also capturing kind of, because these are people new to the district. They might notice things that people who have been around for a long time don't notice. Do we kind of capture those feedback as well? It's like, oh, why do we do things this way? Or I've seen it done different ways. It seems like an opportunity for a two-way conversation.
Yeah, we do capture that. That's a great question. And through our conversations and also through the feedback survey that we give at the end of the year, we capture those thoughts from them in that survey and just anecdotally as we meet. And we bring those to the PAR panel, which meets at least twice a year, which has members of SDTA and the district leadership team on it and we bring those thoughts to them so they can consider.
Thanks.
I have a question. So you haven't gotten referrals since the pandemic, right? So before the pandemic, what did the referrals look like? Why did people get referred? Like, what would be some of the reasons?
So it's based on the contract and the contract language around evaluations is the most unsatisfactory evaluations. Thanks, Edith. Is the most straightforward way to put it. The recommended to volunteer category is newer, relatively new, and gives some leeway for evaluators, for instance, to recommend somebody to volunteer the following year in a situation where the evaluation overall is satisfactory, but an individual CSTP, for example, wasn't met. Just an example. So there's different sort of puzzle pieces in the contract language that lead to referred versus a recommended to volunteer. And then we're also working with evaluators to not officially recommend to volunteer, but to suggest PAR even mid-year. It doesn't have to be at the end or beginning of the year, but like after that first evaluation, which maybe with evaluation season starting now or kind of in the middle of it, why we're seeing an uptick over the last few weeks in people volunteering. I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, I'm like, so is this related? I'm looking at top performance or just because we're a learning organization? Because I think there's a percentage saying referred and then the others were volunteers. So I'm trying to figure out what that pie of referral look like.
So if we look within the COVID years, again, things that change, usually evaluations are on hold during that time frame. So we would see, of course, none or less than we would see with those areas. But I think there were some beforehand, and there was some concerns before I got here of, why are we not getting so many referred through the evaluation process? I think part of it is because we're seeing that assistance either with our PAR coaches or working with others to see that it's now becoming more of the volunteer process, that there is an opportunity to go in a little bit earlier, get that assistance in early before it has to get to that point where, they're having to go through PAR instead of just I'm volunteering to go in.
I like the volunteer piece. I'm still not clear. So when people are referred, I know in social work, if I'm referred to an EAP as part of my performance, right? There's for particular reasons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like attendance or instruction or whatever, or not instruction, social work doesn't do instruction, sorry. I got teachers right here. Look, y'all looking at me, so I'm getting confused, but whatever I do, case management. So I'm trying to understand. Thank you.
I'm going to go to my pinch hitter right here. So
I'm trying to understand.
Okay. I've lived with this language longer than any of them. Our evaluation system is based on the California standards for the teaching profession. Every year, when you are evaluated, you and your evaluator select 3 of the 6 standards, and that's the basis of your evaluation. In order to have a satisfactory evaluation, you must have shown mastery of a majority of the key elements for at least 2 of those 3 standards. But if you have a lot of key elements that, even though you've hit a majority, a lot of key elements that you haven't hit, you would probably be recommended to volunteer because it shows enough area for growth that the district wants to provide this support. If you completely missed, if you did not satisfy 2 of those 3 standards, then you would have an unsatisfactory evaluation. At that point, you're referred to the PAR program.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was trying to figure out. Okay, and if it's part of the standards, I have to review what the standards are. As part of the standards, teaching children who have different learning styles, different differences, and things of that sort, so they could get support on a wide variety of strategies, because I know public school, you get any type of learner in your class. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Yeah, they there's 6 of them, many of them touch on that, but the first of the 6 covers a lot of differentiation for different learning styles and different learners, and that's the one that comes to mind in particular. But others around planning, for instance, and assessment also have sub-elements about differentiation for different learners, different learning styles. Okay. So that is a theme throughout the CSTPs.
Okay, cool beans. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't really have a question. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for spending extra time. I'm sure it's rewarding to be able to help your colleagues, and it's just great to have peer support from master teachers. So thanks for what you do.
So I have a question. Capacity of the program, it looked like you were at 20 participants in the early part of that chart, and then it moved up to 30 or 36 participants in the more recent years, if I'm remembering 20 minutes ago when we were looking at a chart. Do you have sufficient, like, is there a more supply than demand, or more demand than supply, or is it sort of in balance?
We're busy, but right now it's kind of in balance, but as observations start to take off, teachers get observed for the first round kind of around now in October, and some realize, oh, I need some extra help, which is why we're getting some signups right now. And then we need to chat with the PAR panel, which we will in November, to try to balance our caseloads if we get too many that sign up. And we usually prioritize this. We always prioritize those who are on the evaluation process. So if you're not being evaluated, you're not prioritized for help.
Then you're able to flux the number of coaches as the amount of demand changes? No,
that's challenging because we all teach as well, and so it would mean pulling us from our classes.
No, I'm saying add other coaches, or
it would mean pulling teachers from their classes that they're teaching to release them to be coaches.
Got it. So is the coaching like a period or 2 periods or something of your day?
We're each released 0.4. So I teach 3 classes and I coach for the other 2.
Got it. So it's something that could be adjusted maybe every semester or every year, and an annual adjustment. And they're currently, the 3 of you are the 3 coaches. Got it. Okay. So Sonia said some words I just want to echo. The learning organization, I think, is great to have programs to help people within the organization learn. I think having everybody at every level of the organization able to learn, either to be better at the job they have, or if they are interested in we call it the Grow Your Own programs, that different people who are in one job description that want to have another one. And this, to me, is just another tool in a large toolbox of things to help people advance in their careers. And great to hear about it. And also just acknowledging something Edith shared with us a few months ago, which is 10% or so of teachers retired last year, which means somewhere around 10% of people are probably new now, and having supports for everybody as they join is great. So thank you, and thanks for the presentation. All right, so we told the public that we would start our regular open session at 6 p.m. So we're going to do a brief recess, and at 6 p.m. we will continue with our board agenda. Okay, we're returning from our recess at 6 p.m. This is the time that we normally start our regular meetings. And we wanted to wait until this time to give any members of the public who are accustomed to attending our meeting at 6 p.m. the chance to participate in the public comment portion. At this time, we're going to do public comment for items that are not on the agenda. So the first thing we need to do is see how many people there are wishing to make such comments, and then we will decide. Our board policy has us up to 10 minutes, but we have the choice of extending the public comment period. But our first thing is to see how many people are interested in making a public comment. I understand we have 5.
Yes, 5 in person.
There's 5 in-person comments for items not on the agenda. And if you're in the Zoom audience and wish to make a public comment about an item not on the agenda, please raise your Zoom hand. And Laura or Crystal, could one of you write down the names of the people whose hands are up? And then, are you taking a picture of it? Perfect. So once we start the public comment, or once we finish counting the public commenters, we don't take more public commenters. So this is the last. Oh, we're going to take. So if anybody wants to make a public comment for items not on the agenda in the Zoom audience, please raise your Zoom hand now. Laura, could you do a new picture of the current list?
Okay.
Okay.
So there's 7.
7 Zoom commenters and 5 in-person commenters. The 12 total people, that'd be, if we do 3 per person, it'll be 36 minutes. Amy, are you okay with that? Okay, so we'll do 3 minutes per person, and we will do our in-person commenters first. And so for those of you in the audience, what we request during the public comment, there'll be people that may make comments you agree with. There may be people who make comments that you don't agree with. What we ask is that we listen respectfully to all comments. So no cheering, no jeering, no booing, no snapping, and we listen respectfully to each and every commenter so they all have a chance to say whatever they're interested in sharing with us. So with that, and for those of you who aren't familiar, each public commenter will get 3 minutes. For those of you who are on Zoom, there'll be a timer. For those of you who are live, there'll be a timer on each of the screens. It'll be counting down from 3 minutes. When it gets to 0, your time is up. For those in the Zoom audience, when it gets to 0, you'll be automatically muted. Did I miss anything? Okay, that concludes what we call the approach to our public comments. So Laura, if you could lead us through, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to welcome Rachel Richards.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Rachel Richards, and I teach chemistry and biology at Menlo Atherton High School. Retaining quality teachers has been the biggest challenge for our school district since I began teaching here over a decade ago. The cost of living here is exorbitant, and our salaries do not reflect this. I have watched awesome teachers come to MA, grow their teaching practice, and time again, they leave to a more affordable area. I cannot tell you how heartbreaking this is to lose quality teachers, colleagues, and friends year after year. It's exhausting to have to continue to hire and train new teachers in this futile cycle over and over again. I myself almost left several years ago because my commute to a more affordable place to live was over an hour away each way. If I had not received help from my family, this job would not have been sustainable, and I too would have been forced to relocate. But not everyone is as lucky as I am. Don't we want to attract teachers that represent our student population? Don't we want to hire quality teachers of different minorities and backgrounds? How can we do this if we don't offer reasonable salaries that enable us to be able to live here? We want teachers to be able to buy a house and start a family. We want teachers to be able to devote their time and effort to their passion for education and not have to worry about working part-time jobs in order to make ends meet. We are losing good teachers in a time when teachers are in short supply. Our students deserve an excellent education, which begins with high-quality teachers. In order to do this, teachers need to be paid more. It's as simple as that. The problem is fixable. The district has the funds to meet the raise that's been asked for by the bargaining team. I do not understand why the demands are not being met. In addition, it feels insulting and disrespectful to have to stand up here and ask for money. It just seems really obvious that teachers deserve more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Candace Bowles.
Good evening. I've come to speak about how important it is that educators in our district be fairly compensated. I've been teaching history at Menlo Atherton High School for 12 years. In those 12 years, the history department has never started school in August with the same teachers we ended school with in June. Every year, my department experiences attrition. Last year, we lost 2 teachers in the history department. The year before that, we lost 5 teachers. A year before that, we lost 4 teachers. The history department of MA has 17 teachers. So losing 4 or 5 teachers in a year is 25 to 30% of the department that we must replace each and every year. These are highly skilled educators trained to teach emerging multilingual learners, trained to support students with IEPs and 504 plans, and to provide rigorous instruction in our AP and honors level courses. Many of these educators are also BIPOC educators, and this is working actively against the district's goal of, quote, recruitment, development, and retention of top talent and increasing diversity. Where are these educators going? Some have moved to places like Sacramento or Stockton. Others have moved out of state to Idaho, to Arizona, to Oregon, and all because they could not afford to live in this community. Those that do continue to teach at Menlo Atherton, most of them are commuting in from great distances. I myself cannot afford to live in this community, and I spend an hour each day commuting in the morning and another hour in the evening commuting home. Our students deserve quality educators, and quality educators deserve to be fairly compensated. I implore you to instruct the district to pay our educators what they are worth and what they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Amala Raj. Is Amala Raj here? We'll come back. Next is Subha Ramanathan.
Hi, my name is Subha Ramanathan. I have a PhD in math, and I chose to become a teacher as a second career. And I have to say that's probably the only reason I can live in this area, because my first career bankrolled my desire to be a teacher. Within the first week of school, I learned 120 names, new names. In the second week of school, when the students who hated my class are nostalgic and come back, I have to remember over 240 names in order to make them feel welcome. I teach 7th period, so my class ends at 3:45. I don't leave right away. I stay for many more hours past that because I'm trying to be a responsive teacher, and what my students communicate with me during the day, I try to redesign my teaching the next day for them. So if you take in the number of hours teachers spend commuting to work, right? Thinking about students, eating lunch with students, or keeping your room open so that children who don't have anywhere to go have somewhere to go, spending time after school, and all of these things, if you divide our salaries by the number of hours we actually spend working, you will understand that giving us the raise that we're asking for and making us be paid on an equitable basis is a question of justice. It's a question of reparations for the number of hours. I wouldn't say lost because it's all put to good use, but the number of hours teachers give that is unaccounted for. I love my colleagues. I love this district. I live in Redwood City, but I do know that when younger teachers meet and talk, often the conversation is with talking about how they're tired of being 28 and 30 years old and sharing an apartment with two other people, right? Or having to live with their parents. Even rent here is very unaffordable. Do the right thing. We know we have a budget surplus. Use it to retain teachers. If you don't retain them, they will go away. 10% of our population is already retired. Think about that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Marcus Ottinger.
Good evening. My name is Marcus Ottinger. I'm the author of the letter that you all received yesterday morning, providing my view and the views of 89 other Sequoia Union students about detracking. However, tonight, I'm not going to talk about the letter. I made my opinions in it very clear. Tonight, I'm here to make you all a promise. I'm here to promise that we, the parents and the students of this district, your direct constituents, the ones that elected you to represent our interests, will not forget how the board votes on the issue of detracking. Your vote will forever be on the record, and it will have consequences at the ballot box. Over 800 of your constituents have expressed their support of honors classes, and I promise you that the true amount of constituent support is much, much higher. These 800 people are only the ones who have taken the time to educate themselves and develop an opinion on this issue. With more time and more attention, which is an inevitability, will come as we come closer and closer to next November, the support of honors classes will only grow. You were elected to represent our interests, the interests of the students and the parents of the district. We have demonstrated that we support honors classes time and time again. Any vote against that is an insult to the people that have put you in your position. I will be of voting age next November, as will the rest of the current senior class. I promise you that we will not forget. All the current sophomores and juniors will be eligible to vote in 2026, and I promise you, they will not forget either. My generation is not and will not be politically apathetic. We have and we will continue to voice our opinions. Any school board member or any other politician for that matter that neglects to take our interests, demonstrated opinions, and voice into their calculus will have no reason to wonder why we will not support them in coming elections. That is why I urge this board to go on record with regard to detracking as soon as possible. As my mom has always told me, choices have consequences, and the choices that you all make will have ramifications, and they will not be forgotten by the people that elected you to your position in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to our Zoom audience. First up is Linda McGeever.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Linda McGeever. I'm one of hundreds of SUHSD Students First supporters, and I'm providing our official statement to you tonight. We urge you to fulfill your board responsibilities and 1, expediently complete your deliberations on the restoration of AS honors from the September 20th board study session, and 2, publicly vote on this issue, arguably the most important one to your community over the past year. Per your own bylaw 9000, quote, the Board of Trustees has been elected by the community to provide leadership and citizen oversight of the district. The board shall ensure that the district is responsive to the values, beliefs, and priorities of the community, end quote. We have gathered over 800 signatures of support for student choice, and that number is growing daily. Those signatories are constituents who elected you to represent our voices in our local public high schools. You've received 2 letters from 33 Carlmont teachers asking for the restoration of honors classes. Yesterday, you also received a letter signed by 89 students asking for the restoration of honors classes. From how many more constituents do you need to hear before you vote to restore the eliminated honors classes? You received Monday's Wall Street Journal article, which highlighted our concerns. This issue now has national exposure, and many more reporters have been reaching out over the past week. How loud do we have to get before you vote to restore the eliminated honors classes? While we understand the natural tendency to try to please everyone, including the administrators and staff that we, the taxpayers, employ, We respectfully remind you that they are not the constituents who elected you as their voice on the board. Let it be known that our supporters are students who are involved in leadership roles, and many of our parents are active volunteers in our schools, supporting PTAs, boosters, education foundations, sports teams, performing arts, and site councils. We love this community and are committed to ensuring our public schools' success. We understand the previous board may have supported subverting the democratic process. You must correct previous mistakes to rebuild community trust and support the future success of our students. Your constituents have bravely done their duty by coming forward in droves with signatures, emails, public comments, and board meeting participation. The time has come for you to do yours. We urge you to fulfill your board responsibilities. Expediently complete your deliberations on the restoration of honors from the September 20th board study session. Follow those deliberations with a public vote on this issue. Our students deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellen Jacobson. Did we lose Ellen? Okay, we'll watch for her to come back. Next is Jordan Hatch.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, thank you.
So thank you. Dear board members, my name is Jordan Hatch, and I am one of 6 direct hired speech language pathologists in the district. I work with our special education population at Woodside High School, as well as Tide, and all certificated staff in the SDTA deserve an 8% raise this school year and a 7% raise for the following school year, and quite frankly, deserve what we asked for in our original proposal. I am part of the SDTA that represents special education, and I could confidently and proudly say that we work very hard and we deserve to be compensated accordingly, particularly with the type of work we encounter on a daily basis. Just to put my own position into perspective, though, the district is not able to hire direct speech language pathologists, and we are short 2.2 full-time employees. There is a nationwide shortage of SLPs, and we are hard to fill positions. One of the biggest reasons the Sequoia Union High School District isn't able to hire any new direct SLPs is because of compensation and issues with the language in our SDTA contract counting initial years of experience. All service providers should be able to count all applicable years of experience to their salary placements as SLPs, who obtain work experiences in all settings, not just exclusive to the school systems. This is the only school district that provided me with so many issues getting my experiences to count. In my opinion, I feel like HR cheated me out of 2 years of experience, and can say confidently that several other service providers, not just speech language pathologists, were cheated out of their respective years of experience too. We still accepted positions here, but it is still bothersome to this day to feel like all of my relevant experiences, as well as theirs, were not valued or appreciated because my experiences were only looked at through the perspective of teacher experience and not my service provider ones. In the district, if the district wishes to retain and hire new SLPs, we need to be compensated fairly and appropriately. We live in the Bay Area, and many of us do not want to be forced out of the area because our living wages continue to fall behind the cost of living and inflation. All relevant years of experience should count, and all new hires and current employees should be able to apply this to our salary placements. Board members, I ask respectfully that you give all teachers the raise that you could afford to pay us. If you want to hire and retain teachers, SLPs, and other certificated staff, then please compensate us fairly. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I see Ellen Jacobson is back. Ellen, are you there?
There we go. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Thank
yes,
you.
We can.
Trustees, thank you so much. Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I am a parent of 2 freshmen. I'm an alum. I'm a voter in this district. And I just want you to know I'm okay with the detracking at the freshman level. but that's not why I'm speaking tonight. I am a teacher in our district, and I have been a teacher at MA in our history department for over 22 years. Our district offered a raise that does not even meet COLA. And to be honest, I am saddened by this offer of compensation. Like my colleagues have mentioned before, the cost of living is outrageous here. You will lose teachers if we cannot even meet the cost of living, especially with home prices and rents so high. You can tell how passionate your teachers are and the staff, which was highlighted in previous board meetings. We care and we go beyond. You ask us to help our students thrive, and we do. Just last June, I helped one of my seniors get a part-time job at a cooking school for the summer. I knew he would be a great fit. I just found out that they hired him as a full-time teacher teaching K-8 students how to cook after school. He is thriving, but we need to thrive as well, not only survive. We need not to stress about making rent or buying food or buying supplies and snacks for our classrooms with our own money, which I know many of us do, because we care. We continually lose teachers at this pay rate. Mountain View Los Altos pays their teachers approximately $52,000 more a year with a teacher with 25 years in the district. A new hire could potentially earn $25,000 more. You know that your staff is dedicated. Treat them with the respect and professionalism that they deserve. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Julie Martin.
Can you hear me now? Sorry about that.
Yes, hi, Julie.
Sorry. Hi, my name's Julie Martin. I am a veteran teacher, 21 years with the district, all of those working at Woodside High School. I love my job and love my students and really do love the district. I am also here on behalf of the SDTA bargaining issues. I am actually devastated with what the district came back with on this last round. It's pretty depressing. So I want to echo and I thank all my colleagues who spoke and echo what they said about retention and retention of BIPOC teachers, retention of any teachers, because we've all had to see that teachers leaving nonstop. Because of the pay. And I know you guys all know about the inflation that's happened the last couple of years. We've been living with extreme inflation. For those of us who are low income, that's serious. So I echo what other teachers say, but I want to talk about myself. I'm a 21-year veteran. I came in at the top of the salary schedule for my level because I had a master's from the University of California. And sure, for many, many years, I had to have a roommate living in my living room and a job on the side after working all day at Woodside High School. And eventually I didn't have to have that second job. But now the last couple of years, I am really feeling the pressure of the pennies pinching. For those of us who are low income, and I'll reiterate that's what we're being paid by HUD standards, not federal standards, but for San Francisco, HUD standards, my salary as a veteran 21-year teacher is lower income. And I double checked today that for San Mateo district, it is as well. So that's what you're paying your teachers, even a veteran teacher. But as a veteran teacher receiving that, I'm still having challenges making ends meet because inflation doesn't take into account the things that are emitted from it are food and energy. And in California, according to the Public Policy Institute of California, the think tank, food and beverages has gone up 24% the past 2 years. Energy, 38%. I think that probably matches out with anybody who has a PG&E bill, right? Gasoline, 42%. That completely matches what I experience when I go to fill up my gas tank. I know for a loaf of bread, I used to spend about $4.50 a couple of years ago, and now I spend almost $8. So I'm asking you guys, please meet the SDTA's ask. They are asking for something reasonable. Don't put us, we've already had a reduction in our real wages. Don't continue that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Costa.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Robin Costa, and I'm a speech language pathologist in the district. This is my third year working for the district. Currently, the district is short, as my colleague said, 2.2 SLPs. And I believe a big reason we can't seem to fill these vacancies is the pay. I wanted to work for this district years ago, but I could not take such a massive pay cut from my current district at that time. I still took a pay cut to be here and be closer to home. However, with inflation as it is, it's difficult. As SLPs, we work in hospitals, clinics, private practice, or schools. We have a lot of options as our profession is medical and clinical in nature. However, these years of experience are currently not counted toward our years of experience in this district, even though the therapy and assessments that we do are the same, no matter what setting we are in. In addition, even if we've worked in schools in the past, but through contract agencies, these years of experience were not counted. As SLPs, in order to work in districts, we often do have to work through contract agencies. So again, our pay has been cut further. Meanwhile, we cannot seem to attract the SLPs that we need. Many students are currently going without services, which is heartbreaking. I urge you to consider increasing the pay for Sequoia Union High School District staff in order to retain and attract needed teachers, SLPs, and other professionals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Chloe Gentle Montgomery.
Hello, good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Chloe Gentile Montgomery, and I teach ethnic studies and U.S. history at Menlo Atherton High School, and I am also a Black educator at Menlo Atherton High School. I am the advisor of the Black Student Union there, and Black students have countlessly asked me this year especially, where are the other Black teachers? Unfortunately, I have to answer with, I am the only Black teacher here, and other Black teachers cannot afford to live in this area. And honestly, I barely can afford to live here either. It's really heartbreaking to see that our staff does not reflect our students because of the exorbitant cost of living in the area. I commute about 20-30 minutes every day, and I still can hardly afford to do even that. I believe that if the board makes this decision to raise our wages, that it would increase the amount of BIPOC educators that come to our district and also stay in our district. You've heard from my colleagues that it's really difficult to retain teachers in this district because of the very high cost of living and because of the very wide array of responsibilities that a teacher has to take on that often go beyond the everyday workday. So again, like I said, I am the club advisor for BSU. That means once a week I get an unpaid lunch, or like I'm unable to take a lunch break. I usually am unable to take a lunch break because students enjoy hanging out in my classroom. I'm often working before and after school to plan lessons and get grading done. And then I'm also commuting to and from work, like I said, about 20 and 30 minutes. So giving this raise that the SDTA is asking for is really a reasonable ask. And I really urge y'all to give the original 8% and 7% that was asked for. The recent offer from the district was really, really disheartening to see. And I think it shows that y'all do not value your educators or your students. We are the ones who are in there day in, day out with 120 students a day. And if you do not show us that you value us, you're also showing the students that you don't value them. So put your money where your mouth is, and please give all staff this raise. I also just want to come on the record and say that I support the detracking efforts that have been going on in the district. Thank you for your time and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Patrick Roizen.
Hi, I'm Pat Royson, an AP biology and regular biology teacher at MA who's taught here for 27 years. I was recruited from the Jefferson District, even though I love teaching there, because I was able to get an immediate boost of 30% in my salary. Our district used to be one of the few that paid teachers a salary that allowed them to live in the district they served. However, that distinction is gone. If I switched to Mountain View, Los Altos, for example, even though I would lose half of my seniority, I'd instantly make $40,000 more every year. I'm 54. That means if I work for another 10 years and gain experience in their district, I'd make close to at least an extra $500,000. Financially, it makes no sense for a teacher like me to stay. So how can we expect younger teachers to choose to work here when over their career, they come out literally more than $1 million richer working just a few miles south? We're constantly told that decisions should be data-driven, and as a science person, I heartily agree. According to the Federal Bureau of Labor Stats, in the time span of 2020 to 23, the cost of living in the Bay Area increased over 13%, but at the same time, our salaries have only gone up by 7%, meaning it has cost us money to work in this district. All we're asking for is to make up the lost ground. The district has a $40 million excess, which is much more than what state law or district policy requires. Property tax revenue has gone up by an average about 6% for nearly the last decade, every year. We're constantly told the district values teachers, yet actions speak louder than words. While you're willing to pay more for paper towels and staples due to inflation, you're offering us a fraction of that same. We give our students 100%. Can't you at least give us 8%? And as to the question about honors classes, as someone with decades of experience teaching both track classes and untracked, and teaching the highest of biology courses, as well as being a student myself when I was younger in both kinds of classes, I'm one of the few people who has data about which is better. Despite some students and parents feeling that AS classes are the only way for them to be successful, detracking biology has improved my AP biology pass rate and how many of my students get 4s and 5s. Again, data should be what drives our decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick Rosen was the last on the initial list we have. I'm going to circle back to the in-person. Amala Raj.
Hello, thank you for coming back to me. My name is Amala Raj. I am a senior at Menlo Atherton High School, and I'm president of the Service Learning Center and vice president of student government. I've been very involved and I've loved my time at Menlo Atherton. I'd like to speak in support of the SDTA as the negotiations are ongoing. They deserve to be met at their current salary offer, and they honestly, I feel, should have gotten their initial offer of 18%. Over the course of my high school career, I have watched as my teachers moved increasingly further away from the district and grew increasingly weary with their shockingly long commutes and with the extraordinary and uniquely high cost of living in this district. Over the past 8 months, I followed these contract negotiations. I've been shocked time and time again at the salary proposals that the district has put forward in response to the union. As prices rise, not providing our staff with adequate raises is effectively a pay cut. I believe that this is wrong, and I'm disappointed to have seen this happen in the past few years. We are hemorrhaging teachers. Just in the past few months, we've lost some of the most dedicated and qualified teachers at our site. I feel extremely lucky to have received such a phenomenal public education from teachers who are dedicated and who regularly go above and beyond to serve us as students and to serve the district. I urge you to ensure that future generations of students can receive the same extremely high quality of education. Just because we've had it thus far does not mean that this is something that we can take for granted or fail to compensate fairly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. To the chair, that concludes public comment. We are now on item 10 on the agenda, Board of Trustees correspondence.
Okay, thank you, Laura, for leading us through the public comment. Item 10, Board of Trustees correspondence. I have one item to report this week, and that is that the County Office of Education sent a letter positively accepting our LCAP and budget for this current academic year. So that went to me as board president. I'm sharing with the rest of the board that that's a correspondence that we received. The next item is Board of Trustees, Superintendent's comments, and committee reports. Does any board member have a comment or a committee report? Okay, go ahead, Shanice.
I want to share a couple of different things that I have been involved in that I think is really important. I heard a parent said to look at previous mistakes of the board, and I just want to commend our superintendent to really having a meet and greet in East Palo Alto, as well as meeting with the elders from the Ravenswood High School, and so many learnings that happen due to past mistakes of our district or just difficult decisions. And I know you shared the video with us, and hopefully we'll share that with the community. And I'm still getting accolades from our community about that time. So thank you. The other thing is I rode the bus based off of MA's new student that we got back from private school because they wanted to be in a more diverse environment and wanted to really be connected to their community. And so they asked me to ride the bus. And I forgot to tell Carl, so Carl, sorry. But it was 7 o'clock this morning, and I rode the bus. And of course, they had a different bus than what they usually have. And so she explained that it wasn't the right bus and that usually it's very crowded and all these kinds of things. And so she wanted me to share kind of what her experience has been on the bus. And so I'll share with you privately, but I want to express that the parent and their student had me ride on the bus. Actually, it was a really good time to talk to a bunch of kids who are trying to know the Sam Trans bus. we don't have a bus that goes there, which is part of their feedback, but it was quite interesting. The bus ride over from East Palo Alto, because that's where they wanted me to meet them. And I would suggest anybody to ride a bus, whether you're going to Carmine or Sequoia. You really learn a lot about students and their experiences who don't have cars, who are living further from their schools and things of that sort. So it gave me a different perspective as we were thinking about all the changes that we have done, but also as we think about academics and things of that sort. So it was actually pretty powerful for me. The other thing is I went to and I want to say this right, MCLV class. Am I saying that correct? The acronym? Thank you. At Menlo Atherton, I purposely decided to wait to after we had the 20th discussion to go over and observe the class. A teacher invited me. I actually talked to another teacher who developed the curriculum, and I have been doing my own research as well because, nothing like my own curiosities. And so I went over there, and, my background is observations. It's actually program evaluation and support and TNTA and all that stuff. So it was really nice to sit into the classroom and sit from a place of, okay, setting aside whatever I think and just observe, right? As one of the psychologists who trained me. And I actually saw a lot in the classroom. And I think one of the things that has worked for that classroom is that, one, you have a teacher who is buy-in and they really believe in the kids and the students, young people. And I think the other thing, they had a step teacher who's a teacher in training in the classroom. I just saw quite a bit of interaction. I did see different folks at different tables according to our statistics and racial statistics and all that stuff. So you got to see that, but you also got to see kids interacting from different districts in their groups and things of that sort. The other thing that was quite interesting, I sat in the back of class. I said, just treat me like anybody else. And I said, if any of the kids have anything that they want to talk about, tell them I'm here and they can ask anything. And of course, I had two young ladies come up and talk about girls flag football, and I referred them to Mr. Lusku, and then ran up to the office and was like, I'm sorry, I referred some girls to you. But it was quite interesting because these are two young women who would have never interacted with each other had it been not for detracking. And so one was from one different school and they walked away. It was so cute. We're going to talk to him during flex time. I was like, yep, go ahead. So, it was actually pretty exciting to see. And I did see learning disabilities just because of my own personal experience and professional experience, how students were being differentiated in the classroom. I also talked to a young man who was new to our district and who plays football and things of that sort. And we were talking, and I just saw like this light up of students in the classroom. And so I think we really need to look at the classes and what's working and what's not working. And so I did have 2 parents come to me and share ideas about, you know, different ideas of what we can do to make things better. It doesn't mean we're going to sign off on everything, but I appreciate it. And I appreciated the person who's with Student First, the only person that has talked to me, to come and sit with me and share the story of the people whom we are trying to encourage and feel comfortable in these classes to come and talk to me so that I can open up the door of different experiences of what students are dealing with, whether it's at MA, whether it's at Carmont, whether it's at Sequoia. The other thing I wanted to say, and I just want to say I really appreciate those 2 parents coming to me, because I think you learn from communication. The other thing that I did was after that meeting, and I needed a little reprieve and a reminder, I went to Carmont's open house. And so I went to all the classes. I thought I was incognito, but people knew who I was. And I actually sat into a couple of classes of some really qualified teachers. And in one class, I was like, I want to go back to high school because of like your excitement. And there was some of the messages that we heard here. This is a couple of teachers who didn't come to the meeting. And I was just like amazed. And it actually brought back energy of me thinking about how can we highlight what is working in our district. I mean, there's so much bad news lately on all fronts. And I know it's important for us to remember who we are and what's working well with our teachers. And so that was really enlightening for me. And so I just wanted to share, those are the things that I've done since the last time we've met. Thank you.
I just wanted to start off by saying that I'm saddened by the violence in Gaza, and my heart goes out to those in our district that are impacted. And I want to thank Superintendent Leach for sending out an email sharing resources that are available to our community who need help, because that's really what it's all about. We are one community and we want to support each other. And then going back to last month, Trustee Dubois and I had a 2x2 with BRSSD along with Superintendent Leach. So BRSSD is working with redistricting partners on draft maps for their trustee areas. So they shared a little bit with us on that. A big concern is whether each area will have candidates running. and that is tough in a small district to find qualified candidates and have them run for office. I did attend the public forum that happened that same night via live stream. And it was interesting hearing the different perspectives from the community as well as board members on how to ensure diverse representation on the board. And there were many ideas thrown around. There was actually a reference to our district's priority to have each trustee include 2 district schools as a best practice to encourage district-wide thinking versus thinking for one particular school. So I thought that was interesting. But definitely there's a lot of feedback, and they're redoing the draft maps to incorporate that feedback, and there will be another public hearing later this year. And then on the following week, I attended along with Superintendent Leach the API School Board Members Association presentation on unique barriers to success for Southeast Asian students and their families. I really appreciate Superintendent Leach for being there and joining the virtual workshop. And I learned a lot about refugee trauma and cultural norms that influence how students and their families engage with schools. And it's very important that we disaggregate our ethnicity data so that we can provide appropriate supports, both in a culturally competent way and just be empathetic and understanding. I did reshare the recording with the rest of the board. We are district members in APISMA, but just to make sure everyone got it, I sent it again. And then I want to also appreciate how at the study session, everyone remained very respectful. There's a lot of different opinions and perspectives, and as well as experiences. And I think it was very beneficial for the board members to hear about people's personal experience, both from a student, staff, as well as parent perspective, both in writing before and after the meeting, in person, all the public comments. But throughout, I think it was very respectful, and there's a lot for us to think about. I really appreciate all that engagement, and it behooves all of us to listen to understand, because I think everyone has the best intent, and we always want to assume positive intent, and that we continue to communicate clearly and effectively with our community. And then ending on a celebratory note, I had a great time at EPAA, where the school had a Latinx Hispanic Heritage Month celebration. It was super festive, and the students were performing, and there was also a grito contest, which I didn't know about, but it's basically a yelling contest. So there were people standing up there and doing their best yells, and then people could vote on it. And Principal Guillaume also gave me a rapid fire overview of EPAA, because since I'm new to the district, there's a lot of schools that I haven't really looked at more in depth. And I had a chance to meet the executive director of the EPAA Foundation, Elizabeth Londa, who was there. Actually, she was tasked with babysitting me because Principal Guillaume was called away. And so I took advantage of that time to learn more about the foundation. And it's very impressive that the foundation is funding support past high school graduation to ensure that the students have success in college. So I found that really exciting, and good luck, EPAA and the foundation. You guys are doing a great job.
First, I wanted to say that Trustee Stevenson has joined the San Mateo County School Boards Association Board of Directors. She and I will be sharing the role of Area 4 representative. And what that means is we are supposed to be connecting with other trustees in those areas. It's Belmont, Redwood Shores, San Carlos, and Redwood City. We're also going to hopefully be coordinating a social, and we're thinking maybe of doing a tour of Redwood. We'll talk to Stephanie about that to learn more about sustainability and also make it a bit of a social time. So we're going to be getting a bit more involved together in that. So I'm grateful for your participation. Trustee Ginn joined me on a California School Boards Association Golden Bell Award visit at Menlo Park City School District. We were reviewing their English language learner program, and we got to see kindergartners working with a teacher. It was 3 kids, 1 teacher, and 1 therapy dog. So, wow, we were blown away. And 5-year-olds are pretty cute. And it's got to be, they acquire language really fast. I asked about that. Also, Trustee Ginn and I met with some representatives of the San Mateo County union trades to learn more about district labor agreements. We also had a chance to talk more about their internship programs, which I know Redwood is, I believe, involved with that. So that was an exciting conversation. Sorry, I was with Rich a lot. I was also with Rich. We met with one of our district athletic coaches, and he feels strongly that our athletic program is not funded well enough, and that's not ever really brought up as part of our negotiations. So that might be something that we want to talk about at some point. So I actually learned a lot about athletic funding from that conversation. So I think that's it.
So Carrie, you stole a lot of my thunder on many things. That's okay. No problem. Just one additional thing for the board. No, I participated in the strategic plan session yesterday from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. And there's a large group of very dedicated parents, teachers, and employees of the district that all come together, some of whom are here today. And we'll learn more about the work from that committee later today. But it's a really diverse and great group and cross-section of the district that came together last night right here in this room. With that, Superintendent Leach.
That was short. Okay. Well, I have a little bit to share. So first, I would like to acknowledge our teachers in this room and our teachers that are attending online. I want you to know that I see you. I see your signs, and I am very hopeful that we will continue to make progress at our next session towards the end of the month. Going back to the study session that occurred a couple of weeks ago, we had to kind of finish a little fast, right? The Zoom meeting. So when these webinars up, they have a time, they have start time, and then you have to put an end time. And so we did 4 to 1. And there's parts of me that are very thankful because I do believe that we would have kept going if it wouldn't have ended at 1. However, we did go until I believe like the last 30 seconds. And so it did not really give an opportunity for me to share with the board or any of the public kind of what I believe is next steps. So I thought I would include that in my superintendent comments. So I know that there has been a lot of conversations both on the teacher side and within our parent community. And of course, absent of any board direction, I am working with staff and teachers on calibration of our current 9th grade offerings. We will be holding articulation meetings with our feeder districts so that we are aware of what is happening in the 7th and the 8th grade levels. We did hear some comments about some of the content being like redone in the 9th grade year. So we want to make sure that we are aware what our feeders are doing in the 7th and 8th grade levels. I am also working with principals on the overall 9th grade experience. What do we want that to look like, both inside and outside of the classroom? We currently have in the works a 9th grade short survey. And I know that people may say, well, how long is short? Because our short surveys tend to be long, but this survey is a little different. It's very direct. It's going to 9th graders. It's very simple questions to gauge what their 9th grade experience is like so that we can adjust accordingly to make sure that we are creating the best and welcoming environment, both socially and academically for our 9th graders. That is it.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have comments from our student trustees.
All right, so you know, as a student, here is my perspective on the disparity. And I think throughout my 3 and a little years at Carlmont, I have been lucky enough to get an absolutely amazing education, and that starts with some absolutely amazing teachers. And I know I'm close specifically with the Carlmont Social Studies Department, and our Social Studies Department has been having an insane amount of churn over the past couple of years. And it's impossible to have consistently excellent teaching with that much churn, because every single time a teacher is starting, you need to train them a lot, and they don't get as entrenched as teachers who the students are lucky enough those teachers have been teaching here for a really long time. And I definitely also see all of these concerns and definitely agree that I really hope and urge the board to pay the teachers a fair price. Outside of that, on last week's study session, I think, I made my position pretty clear. And since then, I've just been keeping on doing the same things that I was talking about doing last session, meeting and talking with as many students as possible, especially from schools outside of Carlmont. In addition, not directly relevant to any of this, but I just want to quickly mention that the California legislature passed board bylaw 0204, which says that after a petition, every county board of education must also have a student trustee. And me and people I know are currently working to garner those 500 signatures, because we again think that student representation is a necessity, and we don't want the county to have the tokenization of student voice. We want there to be real student voice on the board. And so for anyone listening, if you want to in any way support that, let me know.
Yeah, I think I echo Jacob's sentiments in terms of teacher salary. I too have had fantastic teachers at Menlo Atherton, a lot of whom have left, some of whom have left for positions at the district office because they pay better than being a teacher at MA. And I think that many of those teachers who are here tonight deserve as much as we can possibly give them, both in terms of support, but also financially, because our schools would not exist without them. And I don't think it's fair to prioritize any other item over making sure teachers are fairly compensated and feel valued in this district. Quickly on the issue of detracking, I think I also made my position clear at the last meeting. I have since spoken to many teachers and students who have also voiced their support of my opinion as well as the opposing opinion, and I would just continue to urge the board and all members of the public to carefully weigh and consider facts as well as for whom they are speaking when they talk about these issues. Thank you.
Okay, next is comments from the Sequoia District's Teachers Association.
Good evening. I was during the PAR presentation, I was making some notes. And I wanted to point out that 14 years ago, the PAR program was one consulting teacher who was responsible for any and all referred teachers and anyone who wanted to volunteer. At that time, Ellen Jacobson was the PAR coach, and I was one of her volunteers. And I learned a lot from her about classroom management. A lot of it was just having another adult in the class to tell me, no, I wasn't wrong. That's always good. And I really appreciated that. But we have built that program since then. A few years ago, I was again a volunteer. I got to work with the esteemed Jonathan Hoffman, who helped me to streamline, helped me to better use technology, helped me to increase my students' talking time and working between themselves, and to make my grading more meaningful and take less time. And so it was a really, really good experience for me. And it's one that I hope all of our teachers are able to experience if they need it. We also have a number of professionals in our union and in our district who are not teachers. And sadly, the PAR program does not work for them because it is designed for teachers. We don't have the need every year for a consulting counselor or psychologist or speech pathologist, but I think we need to consider as a district that we need to create some sort of funding source for when those situations arise. I know that our consulting teachers this year are working with people from all different job descriptions, many of whom are not teachers. They're working with them on the intangibles, on those school culture issues, evaluation issues, planning, things that cross those boundaries. But when a counselor needs help with the bread and butter of counseling, when a SLP needs help on how to structure small groups, they need that support from someone with the expertise. So I'm hopeful we're going to be able to work on that. I know between student services and HR, we've already started having those conversations. So I hope that will continue. I also heard in a bunch of the teacher comments references to 120 students, and I just want to clarify that a lot of those people are freshman teachers, and we reduce freshman class sizes. I only teach 2 classes. I have 62 students between those 2 classes, so normally 5 classes. It's a lot more than 120 kids. That's a lot more names for Suba to remember, and then for her to remember again the year after that. And I want to talk about, between both comments, you heard that the job has changed. Right? A lot of people seek help from PAR because the job has changed. You're not just using technology to present, but students are using technology to interact. So you have to be an IT support staff in your classroom for those 30 to 120 to 172 students every day. You have to be able to troubleshoot why their Chromebook won't let them access the Pear Deck that you created for them. You have to be able to clear their cache when they can't access the textbook website. And we don't get training in that. We just have to figure that out on our own. We've always been imparters of knowledge. We've always done more than that. We've always, been family advisors and done the work of our social worker colleagues and others. Sometimes we have to be more than that. Sometimes we have to be grief counselors. Sometimes we have to do the work when we ourselves are not ready to be at work. I want to go to Trustee Ku's comments earlier. I thank you for raising the topic and for mentioning the phrases assume positive intent and using the right language. Specifically, you referenced the situation in Gaza. I would hope that you would reference the situation in Israel and Gaza, and that was just a momentary misspeaking. I didn't want to come to work on Tuesday. I had a lot of trouble processing over the weekend, but I felt I had to. I'm the sponsor of the Jewish Student Union. I needed to be there to be a safe space if students needed it. We provided a space for staff who needed it. It was a difficult day to get through. Each day this week has been a difficult day to get through. And while we're dealing with that, we are also providing that support to our students, sometimes without training, always without compensation, often without recognition. But we do it because that's what our students need. So thank you to the superintendent for your message to the district. And I would hope that it is reflected by the board. Thank you.
Do we have a representative from the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees wishing to make a comment tonight? Okay. The next item is approval of the consent agenda. I have a brief text to read before the reading of the consent agenda. It's not here. Yeah, the brief text is missing from this tonight's agenda, so I'll do my best. Items on the consent agenda are acted in a single motion. We cannot discuss any of the items. Board members or the superintendent can choose to pull items off the consent agenda, and those items will be acted on separately immediately afterwards. We do accept public comment for items on the consent agenda. Any item that is removed from the consent agenda can then the board can have discussion about that item. So I'll ask, I know we have at least one. How many commenters do we have on the consent agenda?
In person, we have one and commenting on two separate items.
Okay, and do we have anyone online wishing to comment about any items on the consent agenda? Okay, let's hear our comment.
All right, Abby Corman.
You'll get your chance.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent and the Cabinet. I'm speaking tonight on agenda items 14.6 and 14.9. As I know these two positions or these positions are certificated positions that our district has been unable to fill. On agenda item 14.6, I first want to state that I love to see us hiring a board certified behavior analyst and these two other roles. But I am concerned they're contracted, and these folks won't be with us long-term to build community and really get to know our school and systems because they're temporary hires. With this in mind, it's frustrating to me as a teacher who's dedicated her heart and so much time to this community to see these temporary hires coming in, making more than I do at $112,000 each. I hope these folks have as much experience in their roles as I do. I also want to see our district paying folks this type of money when they're staff members and not contracted. We are getting a lower return on investment for contractors as we're paying these folks and then they leave. I know in our LCAP, Assistant Superintendent of HR, Beal, outlined a revision of our recruitment, hiring, and retention process. And I'm wondering what new steps and innovations to address the unfilled position were taken this school year that can be shared. In regards to agenda item 14.9, again, I love to see us making sure we're staffing each school with a nurse, a position we know we need, but I'm concerned that they have to be contracted. This agenda item explicitly said that, quote, ongoing recruitment efforts have resulted in the position remaining unfilled, unquote. Again, I'm asking, what are those efforts? I know we're all interested in fiscal responsibility, but it feels to me that too frequently we're hiring external consultants and contractors, often for more money than we're paying our own staff for positions our own staff could fill. Is our long-term vision to have these positions fully staffed by members in our district who stay long-term? Or do we plan to continue to hire this many contracts every year? At almost every board meeting, we see contracts and consultants being approved. Did you see how many contracted teachers were here tonight asking to be seen and valued? I saw in person almost 40. Please focus on us, these people who focus on your students and your community day in and day out. What is our plan as a district to hire and retain us and not rely on these external consultants? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes public comment on the consent agenda. Would any board member or superintendent like to remove any items from the consent agenda?
I would like to remove 14.4.
Removed altogether or for separate action?
Separate action.
Anybody else? Okay, so do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda excluding item 14.4, which we'll act on immediately separately.
I move to approve the agenda based off what you just said.
Thank you. Perfect. A second.
I second.
Thank you. Roll call vote.
Student trustee Agarwal.
Yeah. Yes.
Student trustee Yuryev. Trustee Koo.
Yes.
Trustee Dubois. Vice President Stevenson.
Yes.
President Ginn.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, now we're on to item 14.4.
Yes, thank you. So there's nothing wrong with 14.4. 14.4 is the personnel recommendations, and there is an individual listed on there upon approval of this agenda item will add to my cabinet. So through a very extensive and long interview process, she consistently rose to the top, and she has proven herself over her short time in this district. So before you tonight, you have the approval of Ms. Christine Gong as the next Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services, also known as our Chief Business Official. So I ask, upon approval, Christine, will you please go find a seat along with cabinet on the other side of the room?
Okay, any board member comments? Say welcome, Christine, but I guess we'll first take the official vote. Do I have a motion to approve item 14.4?
I move to approve item 14.4.
I will second.
Thank you. Roll call vote.
Student trustee Agarwal.
Yeah.
Student trustee Yuryev.
Yes.
Trustee Koo.
Yes.
Trustee Dubois.
Yes.
Vice President Stevenson. Yes. President Ginn.
Yes.
Motion
Congratulations, Christine.
I must say, I mean, you know, I've been with the district for 4.5 years. And obviously, I mean, it was definitely being the associate and the CBO was such a rewarding job. And it was difficult to find a replacement. I mean, like when you're replacing yourself, I mean, you have to be really picky. So I'm just grateful that she accepted the job. You know, there's benefits for a CBO working for a previous CBO. I don't know if she still feels that way with some of the budget decisions I've made recently, but you know, in the end, we do welcome you, and I do think that you will be very successful here.
Okay, the next item is our first discussion item, Sequoia Union High School District attendance update.
Good evening, President Ginn, Board Trustees, Superintendent Leach, Cabinet, and our community. I am honored to stand before you this evening to address a fundamental aspect of our collective endeavors, attendance. In the tapestry of organizational success, attendance forms the sturdy foundation upon which our aspirations, strategies, and innovations are built. As we convene, we acknowledge that attendance is not merely a routine, but a powerful symbol of commitment, accountability, and unity. In our presentation, we will delve into the significance of attendance, exploring its pivotal role in fostering a vibrant, cohesive, and high-performing district. We will not only discuss the recent history of our district's efforts to improve attendance and practical aspects of attendance tracking, but also its profound implications for our school culture. By understanding quantitative and qualitative data and the nuances of attendance, we can unlock the full potential of our collective intelligence and drive our district toward greater success. This evening, we will embark on a journey to appreciate this topic as more than a mere record, but as a testament to our shared dedication to our students. Presenting alongside me this evening in order of events are Jared Dooley, Director of Student Services, Nick Gilstrap, our A2A data expert, Alvaro Calderon, our Coordinator of Student Welfare and Attendance, Jenna Carson, our Menlo Atherton High School SAP Coordinator, who will have a special presentation from two of her students that she has recorded. Isabel Anguino, one of our student attendance community liaisons. Maribel Orozco, our MTSS health caseworker. And last but not least, Stephanie Ogden, our Redwood High School principal. I'm really excited about this team. So with no further ado, here's Jared Dooley to offer a historical context for attendance in SUHSD and then move us forward from there.
Thank you, Dr. Chacon. President Ginn, trustees, Superintendent Leach. Thank you for having us here this evening to discuss Sequoia Union High School District's attendance efforts, as so eloquently put just now by our fearless leader, Dr. Chacon. As noted, I'm Jared Dooley, and I have the distinct pleasure of being the Director of Student Services, working with an extremely talented group of staff members, not only here at the district office on our own team, but at each and every school site across the district, some from whom you will hear tonight. Taking a dive into the district's efforts to improve attendance, I'd like to start in the school year 2017 to 2018. This is about the time when the work of the Discipline Task Force, which some of us will remember, was completing. This work resulted in the development of an attendance goal, which you can read much more about in the board attachment, which I apologize for such a lengthy document, but it was a first effort to document our work thus far in attendance in one document. This goal was set to effectively identify and address chronic student absenteeism that may be a contributing factor to student discipline issues. That was the beginning. A study session was set for 2018 for attendance policies and practices, including the allocation of resources. The goal was to explore the district's creation of a school attendance review board, commonly referred to as SARB, one of our favorite words, the implementation of an attendance monitoring program, and to develop tiered interventions to support increased attendance rates across the district. This led to contracting with Attention to Attendance in 2019 under the Local Control and Accountability Plan, otherwise known as LCAP. This A2A implementation was going to improve the district's early communication with families in an effort to address truancy using written communication as mandated by California Education Code using the letter 1, letter 2, conferencing, and letter 3 process, again, as outlined in our lengthy attachment that I again apologize for. As this work was kicked off in the 2019 to 20 school year, the state began shifting away from a focus on truancy, in other words, unexcused absences, and began a new focus on chronic absenteeism, which includes all absences, excused and unexcused. It was the team's hope that we would be able to establish true baseline attendance data that we could leverage to expand our attendance teams, not only at the district, but across each school site. In March 2020, we're well aware of what occurred. The COVID-19 pandemic struck and schools closed. This created a new focus, one not on attendance, but instead on engagement and re-engagement and engagement and re-engagement. As schools shifted to distance learning, then hybrid learning, and eventually a return to in-person learning, staff across the district had leveraged a litany of attendance and engagement strategies for students. It was fair to say that each and every staff member gave all they had to support students during this time, an effort for which we're all still very grateful for today. As the 22 to 23 school year opened, it was anticipated through an increased focus on multi-tiered system of supports, MTSS, for attendance, that our district would be able to reestablish that baseline data for attendance monitoring and improvement purposes that started several years earlier. As the upcoming data slides include these absences, please be sure to see them through this lens, through the lens that COVID-19 and the shift from chronic absenteeism away from truancy, according to the state of California, presents to us. These were a few catches to the reestablishment. Additionally, the district completed the recommendation from the Discipline Task Force and implemented school site Student Attendance Review Team, otherwise known as SART, and district SARB meetings, and added a few key staff members to expand upon attendance work during this school year. In looking at all that was just noted, here's how I would imagine it visually. Beginning a focus on attendance in 2017, the district began moving forward and making progress. This included, as mentioned, attendance monitoring and the start of baseline data monitoring. The district did a complete 180 due to the COVID-19 pandemic, basically putting us back where we started several years earlier. The refocus on engagement under the learning continuity and attendance plan began to get us back on track in 2022. We were able to start moving forward in the right direction again. Our recent journey on improving attendance efforts district-wide has been 2 steps forward and 2 steps back and 2 steps forward again. Dr. Chacon said it's been a journey, kind of a roundabout journey. We anticipate continuing to move in this forward direction as we have made improvements to guarantee just that, of which you will hear much more about tonight. I'd now like to introduce Nick Gilstrap, graciously in attendance from School Innovations and Achievement, who we work with as our resident attention to attendance expert. He will be reviewing key attendance data within our district and as measured across the state and grade levels.
Trustees, Superintendent Leach, members of the community, thank you for having me. I'm honored to be here. I'm Nick Gilstrap. I'm the Customer Success Manager for A2A. It's been my privilege to work with the district for the last several years as your representative. Tonight, we're going to give you a pretty deep dive into your attendance, as some of you may have noticed already. We'll go ahead and get started. The first thing to understand is that, as Jarrett mentioned, the attendance situation for the nation has really changed. Frankly, the best way to describe the current state of attendance is that it's catastrophic. We know that from the data we see statewide, chronic absenteeism compared to pre-COVID levels has effectively tripled. This is based on our data from the districts we work with in California. This is a report that we presented with CDE earlier this summer. And really, we can see statewide attendance has not returned to normal. Chronic absenteeism is slightly better than last year, but overall, over 30% of the students in the state are chronically absent, where they've missed at least 10% of learning time for the year. When it comes to the district's data, this first slide, we're looking specifically at your attendance rates. So this is a straight time calculation. It's the amount of time students should have been present for and what they were there for. And year over year, the district has made virtually no gains. Hasn't gotten worse, but really we're not seeing much movement. So it's attendance has effectively plateaued. In 1920, when we first came on with the district, the attendance rate was at 95.4%. One thing I would point out, though, when you look at how other districts are performing, the average across the 200 districts A2A works with is currently 92.4%. And when we look specifically at high school grades, the average is 90.8%. So attendance in the district, while it's not where we want it to be, it is actually better than the majority of your peers in the state. This slide, this is looking at the inverse of the attendance rates. That's the percentage of students that were out in any particular week. And this is looking at year-over-year data. And really we can see the orange line, that would be 21, 22. 22, 23 is going to be your blue line. And we can see in the prior year, attendance particularly peaked, or absences peaked in January when that wave of COVID came through. Last year, it was really in November. November, December, we saw statewide basically a triple whammy of COVID, RSV, and flu all hitting districts at the same time. In the January, attendance started to improve, but throughout the spring, we did see consistent levels of high absenteeism. And this is looking at on a day-by-day breakout. So in this particular chart, we're seeing the average number of students out. So on average, there was 623 students out on any particular day. Days that are 10% or more better than that are going to be in green, 10% or more worse are going to be in red. And so we can see the year started off well, but by the time we got to October, we do start seeing absences pick up on Mondays and Fridays in particular. Probably not a surprise to anybody. But we also see that happen around holidays. Day after Halloween, for example, actually over 800 kids out that day. And then the single highest absence day for the year was the day before the Thanksgiving break when we had over 1,400 students missing. This is an overall look at your students. And the good news is the majority of your kids are actually on track when it comes to attendance. You have over 1,000 students who have what we call excellent attendance, where they're missing less than 1% of the school year. And then we have almost 4,000 that are in satisfactory, where they're missing less than 5%. So a lot of students are doing well. But we do have 2,000 kids that are currently what we call manageable, where they're not chronically absent, but they're trending that way. They miss between 5 and 9.99% of the school year. These are students that we would consider to be at risk. And then our chronic population is about 19% of the students in the district. We had 12% of the students were chronically absent, and then another 7% that were severely chronic, where they were out for over 20% of the school year. Year to date, we can see our excellent group has gotten smaller every year. So it's not just chronic absenteeism. It's students who had perfect attendance or who were missing very little time. That group is substantially smaller than it was pre-COVID. Satisfactory is fairly stable, but that manageable group is starting to creep up. And then year over year, our chronic rates, they've dipped slightly, but again, we're looking at about a 1% gain there. This is by grade level year over year. And we can see just about every grade actually came down by 1%. So it is pretty much across the board. That said, our juniors and seniors are still substantially higher than the other grades in the district. And then this is looking at the average across A2A. So there's currently 2 million students that we're tracking in our systems. And again, we can see at the secondary level, chronic absenteeism is fairly high. Your ninth graders definitely outperforming most students in the nation. Our seniors have a little bit more work to do. We also look at how much time students are missing. In this particular slide, the blue line, that's the average number of hours that students were out this last year. And the orange line, this is the average number of hours missed for just chronically absent pupils. So we can see for even our students who weren't chronically absent, they still missed on average around 2 to 3 weeks of class. And then for our chronically absent students, I mean, for example, our sophomores, that was close to 8 weeks of class that those students were out for. By site, most of our sites were showing improvement. Some were about the same as last year, but overall, not a huge shift in attendance for any particular site. We also looked at this by ethnicity. And this is where we see more disparities in our data. In particular, for some of our smaller groups, our Pacific Islander population, especially, over half the Pacific Islanders in the district are chronically absent at the moment. And our Hispanic and students of color, again, we're seeing higher chronic rates versus other students in the district. This particular slide, we're taking a little bit deeper look at that. In this case, we're only looking at the students who are severely chronic. So this is the population that missed more than 20% of the school year. These are the students who are most at risk of either not moving on to the next grade level or leaving school entirely. And we can see that, again, we're looking at on the right, it's the overall percentage of the student population they represent. On the left, that's the percentage of these severely chronic population those students represent. So Hispanic students in the district are, for example, Hispanic students are 42% of our district, but out of that severely chronic group, they made up over 78% of those students. And again, year over year, we can see chronic rates came down slightly for our Hispanic and white students, also came down for our Pacific Islander and Black students, and also went up for our Asian students. And then this is going to be average number of hours missed by ethnicity. So again, we can see there is disparities both for our mainstreams, or our students who are on track, but also for our chronically absent students as well. So A2A, we partner with the district to automate many of your attendance processes. We take care of things like letter generation, we assist with conference management, and then also provide many different data tools for staff to make targeted interventions and get kids back into class. A big part of this is we do generate all the attendance letters for the district so that your staff have more time to spend working with your students. Last year, we sent out over 10,000 letters to your families. We had 3,200 students who received their initial truancy letter, 1,900 or so received their second letter, and only 300 received their third letter. We also send letters for excused absences. We know when it comes to chronic absenteeism, it's both parts of that picture. It's not just truancy. We know that really from the pandemic, students are much more likely to stay home at school these days for things that in the past they would have been coming in, where they might just wake up, say, I'm not feeling that well today, or sometimes it's anxiety. But there's a variety of things where we do see excused absences where students could have been coming in. So in this case, we do send letters. These are positive letters. They're meant really to engage with families, try to start that conversation with parents, and offer supports and resources. One of the things we track is how effective these letters are. So what we see in the right-hand corner, that's what's called save rate. And that's the percentage of students who, after they receive an initial letter, they have a change in their attendance behavior, and they don't require an additional intervention. And we can see for 46% of the students in the district, after they had that first letter, their behavior did change. Correct. Conferences are also managed through the A2A system. Staff use our software to schedule their conferences. When they schedule them, we send out an invitation. And we also track all parts of the documentation process. And we can see we do have some opportunity here for improvement. We had close to 2,000 students queue up for conferences last year. And out of those, we still had about 500 were addressed, but we still had almost 1,400 or close to 1,500 conferences left open at the end of the year. So it's a large number of conferences. I think it's larger than people are used to. Quite frankly, the workload has grown quite a bit when it comes to attendance. And we can see that reflected here. So we know people are making the best effort, but there's still work to be done when it comes to conferencing and working on getting students back into class. When people do meet with conferences, we also know it makes a difference. This particular slide, we're looking at conferences that were marked as conducted. And to be on the slide, not only did the conference have to be marked as conducted, but there had to be at least 6 weeks of attendance prior to the conference and 6 weeks afterwards. So not every conference is going to show up in our tracking. We want to make sure we had enough attendance to measure for improvement properly. But what we can see is there was about 300 students who met that criteria. And for those students, after they had a conference, they had a 14.5% improvement in their attendance. So when people do have those meetings with families, it does make a difference in getting that kid back into class. This is comparing the district to averages across A2A when it comes to conference effectiveness. And we can see overall for unified districts, it's about 26%. Elementary schools, typically around 41%. But the average for high schools is about 17%. And that's because we know at the elementary school level, really this is a conversation with parents. Parents are the ones who are driving attendance. But at the secondary level, it needs to be much more student focused. Ultimately, when someone is 17 or 18, those students do tend to become responsible for getting themselves to school. So when we make a difference, it's really making sure that we connect with those students and that they understand the importance of attendance with the value of showing up in the rest of their life. And then this is conference effectiveness by grade level. And we can see our freshmen, sophomores were a little bit more responsive to the conferences. Juniors was about 10%, and our seniors, we only saw a 3% improvement in their attendance. Any questions?
I just want to make sure I'm reading. Can you go back to that last slide?
Hold on, let me just ask Dr. Chacon, do you want to do?
Okay.
That's okay.
Buenas noches a todos. That's good evening. Translating. I'm Alvaro Calderon, Welfare and Attendance Coordinator here at the district office. And as I reflect on my tenure in this office, 6 years, yes, 6 years. And when I say we, I mean the district, have done quite a few things to support SITE in addressing student attendance. But the question is, what have we done? I have a few things to share. Through constant dialogue with SITE administrators in charge of attendance via the AVP Council meetings, monthly meetings, we've developed attendance SITE teams that were created, and now we have them at each of the schools. When I was an AVP over at Woodside 14 years ago, and I first started, that didn't exist. And one of the things that when I was first hired into the district and we started looking at attendance data was, where's the support? Who's addressing attendance? And tag, the AVPs were it. So through constant dialogue, I transitioned over to the district office, and that was one of the things that I heard from the vice principals over and over again. And it's something that I want to say that I've always advocated for. We've talked about attendance strategies, and some attendance strategies have been applied at the sites. How do we address attendance? How do we engage in conversations? What do we do? We can look at data reports, but before making a phone call, we want to look at those students' records, look at the CUNE file, look at the interventions, right? Because you want to have an idea of what's preventing that student from going to school. And you don't want to make a cold call and just, be creating more anxiety or, something that you may not be aware of that the counselor addressed already and that you didn't get a chance to follow up with the counselor. All of a sudden, with positive intent, you make a phone call and you trigger something, and then you're on reaction mode. We have worked with staff on individual cases to identify issues that cause truant behavior. There's constant collaboration and process for communicating with parents to improve the student attendance. We evaluate attendance data to identify student needs. We implemented the use of A2A to support identifying truant students. That's been very helpful because you no longer have to run queries in Infinite Campus. You have a data system that it's very easy to use and identify the students. But that's only the starting point. Again, when you look at A2A and you start looking at students who are absent from school, you want to make sure that you have that dialogue and that you have conversations with staff working with students before you even make a phone call, and that takes a lot of time. And we evaluate intervention planning through the MTSS lens. You have to look at attendance holistically. You have to look at attendance. You have to look at behavior. You have to look at interventions. You have to do that work before reaching out to families. These are just a few examples of support provided. But the challenge has always been needing more staff to focus on providing support to improve attendance. Yes, we need more staff. This is something that I hear at every AVP meeting. Whenever we talk about attendance, whenever we start talking about data, looking at data, and then we identify students, the question always comes up, who's gonna do it? Is it the counselor? Is it asking teachers to make those phone calls, which they already do? Is it the counselor, that needs to schedule an SST? Do we need an SST? Do we need a home visit? Just reflecting on that, during the pandemic, I remember having phone conversations with Jenna Carson, who you will be hearing from soon, about student engagement. Since discipline slowed down quite a bit during the pandemic, and that's a big role in my office, my main focus truly became student engagement. And, we had different approaches on doing home visits. I know you were just about every home, every day. Maybe that's exaggerating, but you did a lot of outreach, with that. And, you were very courageous, because I remember anytime I had to do a home visit, I had to wear the mask, right? And I had to call, and, the families were not responding. So it was really awkward. And I had many, many, many different types of responses when a stranger shows up to the house in the middle of a pandemic, knocking on the door with the mask on. And a lot of people, rightfully so, didn't feel comfortable opening the door. And, out of that, I had some direct exposure notifications, which led to quarantine. So that was part of the nature. But, I know that our staff during the pandemic, because I don't want to say they had more free time, the AVPs, but because they were not dealing with discipline, home visits became a focal point. And, if you ever do a home visit, you'll be amazed at the type of information that you can get, from a family just from doing a home visit. So yes, we need more staff. And I truly hear my colleagues, the AVPs, when we talk about student attendance, it's something that 6 years ago when I was a vice principal, and I remember Jared, first year in the office as director of student services, he's talking to us about attendance. And I said, that's great. Who's doing it? Right? And, it's been a question that, we've had. And, it's not that nobody wants to do it. It's really looking at bandwidth on, what we can do or how much we can do to address attendance. It's important, but then, something's got to give when you focus on something else. But now I'm thrilled to announce the hire of 6 district attendance liaisons that will be providing support with truancy. These liaisons have received training from student services to help them prepare for their task at hand, and will also receive attendance certification training, which will help them understand some of the following things: school culture, truancy planning, utilizing resources within the school. That's important. Before you start looking for resources, our schools have many, 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 many resources. That's where we need to start. Campus attendance decisions, family dynamics, and interactions between schools and parents and their effects on student attendance. Hopefully, this certification will provide liaisons with clear communication that will create safe, respectful relationships on campus, and it will foster student self-esteem and encourage good attendance. So next, you will hear from staff from different sites in different roles on their involvement in addressing attendance. So I would like to introduce Melo Artetern's SAP coordinator, Jenna Carson.
Hello, everyone. Jenna Carson, Menlo Atherton High School. We're going to watch 2 little short videos. They asked me if I could get some students to come to the board meeting. And it's not my first rodeo either. And so now, instead of actually inviting students, which is a very long night for them, I just took 2 little video clips. I think the thing I want to say about attendance for me is that I introduce myself as a teacher. So if people say, what do you do? I say I'm a math teacher at Menlo Atherton. Now, I'm not a math teacher anymore, but that is my first job and it's what I believe in. And so our students have to be in the classroom in order to learn and in order to earn credits. So attendance is purely like, we just got to get in there because then the teachers can do the amazing work they do. So, all right, we ready for a clip? Can you show me? We have, I want you to remember back. Good. Hold on one second. So our seniors started their 9th grade year in distance learning, right? So this current senior class, we were in full distance learning come August, and then we grew as the pandemic. So go ahead. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name is Troy. I'm in 12th grade.
Great. In 9th grade, you struggled to come to school. Do you remember what you were doing instead? the idea. Again, it's not about, it is that I work closely with them, but we have adults on all of our campuses that build relationships and are the reason that kids come to school. So maybe my last thoughts are a couple like the best practices that I do that we share among other staff. Make them feel welcome, but not necessarily the center of attention. Be proud of small steps. Build on strengths and passions, whether it's a club or a sport or an elective. Put choices on the student. The student has to have agency. These are choices that they're making. Include the parents, and we quickly assess if they are helpful, harmful, or neutral. Eliminate excuses. That's when we give bus passes, bikes, an alarm clock. Do home visits as we need it. Try all kinds of meetings. We have small meetings, we have large meetings, we have soft meetings, we have difficult meetings, we have mean meetings. I can be good cop, I can be bad cop, right? We trade off. Include community partners, include the police if you need it, right? All kinds of meetings it takes. Remind them that it's all about credits. It is a personal thing, developing relationships, but ultimately it is about credits, about whether or not they can stay at MA or whether they move on to their next school. And then we do strategic abandonment, which means that you have to make choices sometimes of classes you're going to try and pass versus ones you're going to let go of, at least for now. Troy said, be patient, right? Sometimes my only job for a freshman is to have them hold on so they just don't make some terrible choice along the way until they can get some maturity and grow into it. And then text, right? That's what we do in 2023. So what we need a lot of staff that has a high SLEL quotient. We need Google Voice for staff members because not everyone should be, I use my personal, but most people should not be using it. We need some teeth. We need partnerships at the district level with our county office, with Child and Family Services, with the police departments, right? We need some extra teeth behind us. And then we need some way for our platforms to communicate with each other, because I try to live my life, live smarter, not harder. And we kind of go backwards. There you go. Thanks.
Thank you, Jenna. Next is Carmon's attendance liaison, Isabel Anguiano.
Good evening, Superintendent Leach, Cabinet, President Ginn, and Board of Trustees. My name is Isabel Anguiano, and I have been serving as a community liaison at Carmon High School for the past 2 months. In my role as community liaison, my focus is on working closely with families of students who are not attending school regularly. I undertake a range of functions aimed at understanding and addressing the barriers to attendance, fostering a supportive environment for both students and their families. Tonight, I'll be sharing my day-to-day operations, student and parent feedback, attendance patterns I've noticed, as well as successes and challenges. In my day-to-day operations, I review attendance data across various student information platforms to identify patterns in the frequency of student absences. This analysis allows me to target specific areas or student groups in need of additional support. Once I identify students with irregular attendance, I proactively reach out to their families. Through various channels, including phone calls, text messages, and emails, I seek to identify and address any barriers that may be contributing to irregular attendance, such as transportation issues, health concerns, or family circumstances. I persistently maintain ongoing communication with these families, as this allows me to foster a sense of trust and rapport that is crucial for addressing these challenges effectively. I also work closely with counselors, teachers, administrators, and other school personnel to identify students with attendance concerns. Together, we develop intervention plans that consider the unique needs of each student, ensuring a comprehensive and collaborative approach. This collaborative effort extends to providing individualized support, such as making referrals to mental health, SSTs, or 504 plans. Connecting families with school and community resources is another essential aspect of my role. I connect families to various resources, including tutoring programs, food services, and community centers, just to name a few. By doing so, we aim to alleviate obstacles to regular attendance and create a strong network of support for the students and their families. I also coordinate and facilitate parent and student meetings specifically designed to address attendance concerns. In addition to these meetings, I conduct regular check-ins with students, not just to address attendance, but also to create a space where they feel comfortable sharing their challenges and concerns. This proactive approach goes beyond tracking attendance numbers. It involves fostering an environment of trust, allowing students to freely express themselves and establish a connection that extends beyond attendance matters. In the 2 months I have been in this role, the response to my outreach from both parents and students has been highly positive. Parents are very receptive, often expressing pleasant surprise when I engage with them via phone call. Some have conveyed their appreciation, mentioning that they didn't receive this level of outreach in previous years. The emphasis on someone following up on their students' attendance with a more personal approach is especially valued. Spanish-speaking families in particular value the outreach, expressing appreciation when I offer support. They express that having someone who can communicate effectively in their home language brings them a sense of comfort and reassurance. Additionally, students have not only responded positively to my regular check-ins, but they have also taken the initiative to connect with me during their free time, not just for support, but also just to hang out or engage in casual conversations. During this time, I have been tracking students' attendance. I've observed the following attendance patterns. The first pattern that I've observed is that a lot of students with a high rate of absenteeism have IEPs. The second is that the primary reason for students missing school across various groups is closely tied to mental health challenges. And the third, students tend to miss their first and or last period the most. The primary challenge I face as a community liaison is the necessity for persistent communication with certain families, as achieving any type of progress in attendance requires ongoing support. Depending on the situation, I'm finding myself having conversations with parents that can last up to 30 minutes for just one phone call. And for certain families, regular follow-ups on a daily or weekly basis are crucial. And although my intention is to dedicate the same effort and be as persistent as possible with every single family, the reality is that time constraints make it challenging to maintain this level of engagement consistently. So case management, as more students are identified truant, becomes more challenging. Another challenge is the time-consuming task of documenting interventions across multiple platforms, such as Infinite Campus, A2A, or Panorama. In addition to these challenges, navigating diverse and complex family situations, addressing long-standing attendance issues, and managing the emotional toll of dealing with sensitive situations can be very difficult at times. But despite these challenges, I would like to highlight the successes achieved in addressing attendance issues for 2 specific students. For example, one student who was initially struggling due to multiple factors, including lack of motivation, sense of not belonging, disengagement, and various family circumstances, required ongoing communication and support. Through persistent efforts and targeted support, including connecting the student with counseling services, initiating an SST meeting, and implementing a 504 plan, we successfully provided her with additional resources and strengthened her support system. As a result, the student is starting to attend all her classes and is becoming more engaged in her academic journey. Another example is regarding my ongoing communication with another family. I successfully worked with a student who had stopped attending school, left home, and his parents had already given up on him. Despite these challenges, my persistent communication effort continued as I was committed to offer support to the student. So I scheduled a parent meeting with the team, made contact with the student, and somehow convinced them to attend the meeting. Before this meeting, the student had also given up on himself. He had given up on education. But during this meeting, as a team, we presented alternative options for continuing his education. The student agreed to the proposed plan, making a positive shift in his educational journey. Currently, his academic counselor and I maintain ongoing communication with the student to keep him on track and ensure continued support and success. In closing, being a community liaison has been a very rewarding journey filled with meaningful connections and positive outcomes. And despite the challenges, the positive responses from parents and students underscores the significance of personalized and persistent efforts. As I continue this role, I look forward to building bridges, furthering these successes, and contributing to a nurturing environment for both students and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. Next is MTSS Mental Health Caseworker, Maribel Orozco.
Good evening, Superintendent Leach, Cabinet, President Ginn, and Board of Trustees. My name is Maribel Orozco. I'm an MTSS Mental Health Services caseworker with the district office. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to share with you today regarding the work we have been doing for attendance with implementing MTSS and the amazing work of the community liaisons. Today, I will share with you a breakdown of attendance interventions by applying the tiers of support, the barriers, and also with the successes we have had so far. As well, additional attachments as sorry, let me see here. This attachment and this slide are available on the board items that can be found on pages 131 to 135, as well as in page 140. These two attachments will provide further information on the tiers of support for attendance that I'll be referencing today if you would like to look further as I talk about them. So in the past 2 years of our MTSS goals have been to expand targeted tier 2 interventions and intensive tier 3 supports. Since that, I've been able to apply different strategies to address the need of tier 3 interventions for chronic absenteeism. The need for these services have been identified through a preventative data analysis and referral-based system. Within this role, I provided robust district-wide intensive intervention practices for high-need student cases with critical support that were identified in partnership with the administrative vice principals. Most of the referrals that led to tier 3 school engagement services had a higher need for mental health. Considering the high absences rates affect not only the youth, but also their families and the networks around the families. This can lead to an increased risk of negative consequences in life, such as lack of grades, mental health problems, and economic deprivation. It is known that absenteeism is related to school factors, individual factors, and also social factors. In order to understand the barriers of attendance, part of the school engagement support included individual counseling, consulting with school intervention teams regarding SSTs, 504s, or IEP plans, collaborating with private care teams, completing risk interventions, advocating for family needs, and assisting with child find referrals. Today, I would like to share 2 experiences I've had while providing tier 3 school engagement services. The first student experience involved a freshman student who was referred to student engagement services through a SARB hearing in spring 2023. Prior to this level of intervention, the student did not have major challenges with attendance. However, due to peer influence beginning in the fall of 2023, 2022-2023 school year, their attendance increasingly became more problematic, with their attendance being less than 5 school days at the point of the referral. After the initial SARB hearing, I met with both the parent and student to assess the factors that limited student access to school. In this process, we listed the student's strengths, interests, motivations, and goals to attend school. I relied on the parents' interaction to better support the student with their goal to return. Parent was provided strategic tools to positively communicate with their child using a strength-based approach to increase student willingness to attend. I coordinated drop-off plans with the family and was able to provide community-based resources due to economic hardships. Through school-based therapeutic strategies, such as weekly check-ins, progress monitoring, and being a liaison with the school team, I framed interventions in a positive light without placing guilt or shame about the absences. This provided a safe space for the student to share the factors and situations affecting their attendance success, identify challenges that arose from choices negatively impacting their attendance, and allow them to practice to gain control over their educational goals in the future. With this intervention, I saw positive growth in the school site team relationship as the student was encouraged to connect with their counselor to empower decision-making with class choices, built a system of regular communication with their mentor from Boys and Girls Club, and gradually utilized coping methods to aid with anxiety that established connections with peers and ultimately increase their attendance. Although the student did have challenges with regular attendance, they remained consistent with communicating with their teachers and counselor regarding options for support. Eventually, the student transitioned to Redwood High School and began credit recovery to graduate high school, aligning their program with post-secondary transitional goals. As progress continues, the student will eventually be transitioned to Tier 2 supportive check-ins with the community liaison at the school site and will no longer need intensive supports of Tier 3 engagement. The second student support experience I'd like to share with you helps to explain how the process of school engagement services varies based on the student needs at the time of engagement. This freshman student was connected to me with concerns of mental health barriers due to lack of school engagement, parental language barrier, and increased concern of overall emotional well-being. This student had historical chronic attendance concerns dated back to 6th grade. A history of absenteeism interventions included attendance conferences, student study team meetings, and child protective services. During my initial contact with the student, I was able to assess the barriers that limited the student from attending school. These barriers included a lack of transportation, motivation, symptoms of anxiety and depression, and direct and clear expectations of parents to support the student to attend school. Interventions I provided included a risk assessment as the student expressed passive suicidal thoughts and historical reports of self-harm. After a thorough assessment, the student was determined to not have active suicidal thoughts, intent, or present self-harming indications. We developed a comprehensive safety plan which included coping strategies, safety resources such as parents, teachers, and friends, resources to connect with an event of an emergency, and even school support staff to connect with for follow-up needs. Once safety was assured, we worked on a long-term planning for consistent therapeutic services with the San Mateo County Mental Health, and also coordinated a referral for Section 504 evaluation with the intervention counselor and assisted parents with tools to understand and advocate for their child's mental health needs, and also learn how within strength-based strategies to communicate with their child, and recommended to the team the types of mental health supports that would be beneficial to support the student's unique needs. This student case proved challenges that continue to decline in progress with interventions. Therefore, we increased Tier 3 intensive supports such as increased check-ins, and those will either be via telephone, phone calls, text messages, home visits, and even coordinated an alternative safe space to meet at the school site if the student were attending. Despite ongoing collaboration and intervention, symptoms increased and special education assessment was conducted to investigate a suspected disability under IDEA. The student was assessed and qualified for an IEP due to emotional disturbance and concurrent specific learning disability. Once the IEP was authorized, the student continued with Tier 3 school engagement and services while transitioning to more intensive supports. And I also were able to continue with coordinated services with her private care team. Having ongoing connection with her school team, family, and private providers made it possible to establish a plan that would aid the student to gradually return to school and begin to improve their attendance and engagement, and ultimately stabilize to begin to focus on post-secondary transition plans. With the information learned from last year and how intensive and time-consuming Tier 3 support can be by providing school engagement services, we have been able to guide development with expanding Tier 2 interventions, while hopes that Tier 3 needs would be reduced. As of this year, I've been fortunate enough to work closely and helping guiding the community liaisons to extend Tier 2 support. As was shared earlier in Isabel's presentation, part of Tier 2 interventions are designed to remove barriers to attendance for students at risk of chronic absenteeism. Understanding the root causes of absences, as well as what motivates the student to attend, can help determine the best course of action. Of course, each student's attendance obstacles are unique and require a different plan of action to effectively re-engage the student. With that in mind, I have emphasized the importance of scheduling individual weekly check-ins with the community liaisons to guide with individualized intervention planning and data tracking. With the liaison group, I regularly support them with training to better enhance their practices with students, as well as directly support their well-being as providers. As the intensive work can be challenging and disconcerting with trials and barriers some students and families may face. As well, we've been able to build tools that are been focused on trauma-informed home visit guides, referral tracking systems, and restorative practices for interactions with students and families. Additionally, ongoing training will be developed as intensive student needs change, and we build Tier 1 practices that meet the needs of students transitioning from intensive support levels. Thank you.
Gracias, Maribel. Thank you. Last but not least, Brentwood High School Principal, Stephanie Ogden.
Last but not least. And you know I always have something to say. So accurate attendance for Redwood is really difficult to obtain. Do I have another slide? There. Yes, this is what I want to show you. So if you look at our attendance for the last 6 years, it's increased drastically in the positive. So what I will say, with no offense to anybody in the audience, A2A does not currently suppress the attendance information on students who come to us after the first few days of school. So the data that we carry is the data from this previous school year for those students. And so we never have accurate data. These students carry their home school when they start with us, and then we have to go and suppress their information, which means eliminate the information on the A2A report so they don't get sent letters once they're with us. So because many times the attendance improves. So that's a really important fact to remember. A2A is working with Jarrett. I know you want to say something. A2A is working with Jarrett to create a report that can remove prior school attendance to give us more an accurate report. And also, just so we know really where we're at. So I will also share one other thing that I don't know that you know. Some of you do, because you hear me talk about this. Infinite Campus tools do not calculate correctly daily or yearly attendance data for us. As you know, we are only required to have students in school for 180 minutes. We have students in school for most days above 300 minutes. For schools that are not 80, or for schools that are ADA, this is really important. It increases the amount of money that they can get from the state because we can bank those minutes. We are still required to send that same report to the state because they calculate on how much time. So if you look at the report, it's based on this is the time they have to be there and this is the overage time. So we don't really actually calculate that, but I would like you to look at this data because what's really fabulous about that is how badly we were doing when I started there with 65% attendance. And because of I will say this, because of Pedro Andrade, my community liaison, we are now for the first 6 weeks, which is all this data, at 87%. That is the highest I have been in any of the other schools that I have been at. And it's based on what Pedro's doing.
Because of Pedro, what he has done has been a catalyst for everything we're doing to get students to schools. Everything that Jenna said, everything that was said, we text, we call, we go, we cajole, we talk to parents, we pick them up. And so he has been the catalyst for us doing this, and it's had a drastic impact on our attendance. So the community liaison positions are amazing. I'm sure to all schools, but it's vital at our school. And I have the exact person, I've talked about him before. He does the exact things that we need him to do. He provides all the supports necessary for us to get kids to school. Instead of telling you an anecdotal story, some of you have heard this because I sent it because it's so amazing. I'm going to tell you a paragraph of what Pedro had sent me in terms of what he did one morning. So this is what he said. I'm going to just put the letters for the student or for the students. So starting the day at 7:30 and was at student D's bus stop at 7:43, was there with D waiting for him to see if the bus would arrive. The bus did not arrive. Took D, called student A to pick him up and said he wasn't ready at that time, drove back to campus, picked up J by Burger King, and then picked up E on Arguello. Stayed for first period talking to late students. Left campus to pump gas, but saw student M walking past Whipple, picked him up, saw students K and O, dropped them off at school, headed to the gas station, but remembered student A. I turned back to his address and called him. He advised me he was already walking to school. Went to a home visit on Y. Mom was home, talked to them both. Y stated that she was not ready to come in today due to anxiety, referred to counseling, picked up student B, stated her dog had died and was too sad to attend school in the morning, but was ready to go now. Dropped off Y, went to pump gas, which he started to do in the morning. Took off to see L for home visit, had a visit with mom, and L informed me that her was dependent on student H for rides, declined to take the bus, told her to come in tomorrow and talk to you about second period. That is the morning of Pedro Andrade. And that's why my attendance is 87%, because I have somebody picking them up and talking to people and finding out their stories and helping them make better decisions. So everything that everybody said, and this is the morning of Pedro. That's it for me.
Thank you, Stephanie. And to conclude, as you can see, and I'm not going to go over the bullet points, but I just want to highlight a couple of things. The left column, community liaisons, huge. Just working with them since they first arrived into the office. I mean, we're looking at data and we are already talking about how do we intervene? Like looking at site data, district data, where do we focus our energy? Do we look at the manageable group? Do we look at the kids that we know are going to end up in SARP? Because we know they're all important, but where do we have the most impact, immediate impact? And those are the conversations that we're having as a team. As a matter of fact, we're meeting with our attendance liaisons tomorrow. But as we go deeper into the school year, that number of students identified as truants is only going to grow. And if you have 30 students that you need to follow up on that are just newly identified as truant, and then you have 40 others that you need to follow up on, and then you have others that, you are referred by somebody within the school, then how do you prioritize your time? And those are the conversations that, we continue in the dialogue that we continue to have. Do we look at the manageable or do we focus, given the resources that we have at the sites? Home visits, they're huge. The community day liaison, the attendance liaisons, not community day, the attendance liaisons, they receive training on home visits. How to do a home visit. Announce yourself before you do a home visit. I certainly don't want them having the experience that I had, and I'll share this story. One day I went to a home visit, knocked on the door, and somebody was texting me from a site, and I looked at the phone. Next thing you know, this huge dog's running at me. I was like, oh my goodness. Thank goodness, nothing happened to me, but that's a reality, right? When you go into a neighborhood and you're not announced and you knock on the door, things can happen. So, like how do they do home visits? Who do they go with? Who do they check in with at the site? Who do they check out with? Do we look at Are we strategic about home visits? You know, we don't want to send somebody to East Palo Alto and then Redwood City. Well, if you have several home visits around the same neighborhood, you got to make sure that you kind of just, you know, plan ahead. The intervention planning, how do we set up the intervention planning? And then the SART. Do we look at SART? And, you know, like, and then you look at SARB on the right. SARB, I know that, you know, SARB is talked about a lot. And SARB is not the magic one to address attendance. You know, like I've been in plenty of SARBs, not necessarily in this district, you know, but in previous districts. And I'm really glad that the approach to SARB meetings has changed, where it's not punitive, is very restorative. But the reality is that our district attorney at, you know, the San Mateo County is not going to allow any court time for a SARB. And then, you know, like sending something to the county, it's almost, I mean, they're willing to hear a case, but quite honestly, I was part of the county SARB meetings. And I don't think that the county can offer additional resources that we are already not offering within our sites or our districts. So, and that's part of planning. They're all important, but where do we focus? And this is basically a layout on what our year continues to look like or will look like as we, you know, focus more on attendance. We're having weekly meetings, student services team with their attendance liaisons, because we're looking at everything, any concerns that they have, any patterns. We talk about it. We want to make sure that we're calibrated as a district in terms of, you know, providing those interventions, doing the home visits, and, you know, doing the case planning. So thank you for your time. And then I'll open it up to any questions. Gracias.
Yeah, thanks. First, we'll hear public comments. If any attendees by Zoom wish to comment about this item, please raise your Zoom hand now. Anyone in the live audience who wishes to make a comment, please turn in a Zoom card or turn in a card. Okay, let's, how many do we have?
I have one.
Okay, we'll hear our one public comment now.
Okay, Edith Salvatore. Oh.
Yeah. Good evening. These are the kinds of board presentations that really frustrate me, because I can see how much work went into them. I can see how much work the attendance team is doing at the district level. I can see how much work every individual who spoke tonight is doing. But as a teacher in this district, I have no idea what's happening with attendance if I'm not at this meeting. As a teacher in this district, the work that has been done in student services since the inception of the SARB process over the last 2 years has not touched me, has not touched my students. I'm going to over the last year, we've spent SDTA a lot of time talking with student services, asking what the process is at the site. And we were told very confidently what the process was by district level staff. We went back to our sites, and that was not the process at our sites. I made the suggestion that we need a referral form. Teachers need to know what to do. Referral form was drafted. I gave input on it. This year, I have a student who attends school once a week. I asked Dr. Chacon if that form is being used. She told me confidently, yes, it still is. I asked my AVP for the link to that form. My AVP had no idea what that form is. She said there is no form. I reached out to the student's counselor. The student's counselor did not have a form to offer me. What I got from the AVP and the counselor were that the student comes from a family that has another student who is a chronic non-attender, and that while we'll try, I shouldn't get my hopes up. There was no form for me. There was no process for me. All this work that the people who've presented to you have been doing is not making a dent, because there is something broken in the communication between the work that they are doing and the support that we can provide for that work. I don't know where the communication breakdown is. We have tried for 2 years to be a conduit to help it. It hasn't happened. And so I hope that you will dig deeper than just these presentations when they come to you to find out what is really happening at the sites. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more comment. Sylvia Torres.
Good evening. I'm a little nervous. I've never done this, so please bear with me. And I want to echo a lot of what Edith said. I'm the head counselor at Menlo Atherton High School. I've been at MA. This is my 20th year. Of those 20 years, 15 have been as the head counselor. I feel a lot of the same things as Edith says. There's a huge disconnect about what happens at the district level with regarding attendance, regarding MTSS, and then the roles of what everybody plays. I am 100% convinced that Jenna Carson is one of the biggest people on our campus who gets these children to school. I know what Jenna does. I know how Jenna helps our kids. I know that Jenna is going to help me as a counselor get that student into my office, right? Those things about, oh, we'll have an SST, oh, we have a 504. If I have an SST, my counselors don't know how to do an SST. We haven't been formally trained. We've been asking for that. When I have an SST, I'm happy to meet with parents. What is the action plan? What is the intervention that I can offer them? Again, asking for that intervention. I'm going to look for the sheets or the charts that Isabel put out there. Let me look at those because I'm not sure that I've seen them. I don't know how a lot of the things that work at the district level hit our office. I do see those A2A lists. Counselors are sent a list and says, hey, here are your students on the list. Which ones do you want me to suppress? Right now, the list is manageable, but it carries everything for the entire school year. So last spring, I'm looking at kids who had COVID in January. And every time that list came to me, I'm like, oh, why is this kid still on the list? So it doesn't clear. It starts small at the beginning of the semester, but by the end of the semester, I can easily spend 30 to 40 minutes regarding why is this kid on the list? Oh, why are we still doing this? Like, why is a student who had COVID for 10, 15 days still on that list? And why does the counselor have to go through that suppression list? I appreciate that counselors are asked, but again, 30, 40 minutes, and I have the smallest caseload on the campus. So you can imagine that counselors that have over 300 students, I know some of our high schools have 400 students, right? So again, a lot of the things, I appreciate the efforts, not a surprise what anybody shared. Yeah, SPED has the biggest number of kids who don't come to school. What is the special education department doing there? Students miss first and seventh or first and sixth, whatever the bookends. Yeah, I know that for 20 years. I didn't learn anything new today, and that's kind of discouraging. I know that a lot of my colleagues feel the same way that I do about attendance and what again, tell me the intervention.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rich. Jenna, thank you for bringing the voice of the kids. Student voice is so important, so thank you. And I do realize there are some new positions that have been hired and they're having some impacts. That's great. First thing I wanted to say, Alvaro, when you talked about SARB and you gave your definition, this is like a disconnect probably, even though I've been talking about this for 11 years. Your definition of sending families to the district attorney is not my definition. So when I ask about SARB, that's the old model, right? And I sat on, and I've said this so many times, I sat on the state SARB for 2 years, and I was part of giving awards to best practices around the state. And it's not at all about sending, nobody believes that that works. The SARB that I've been talking about, and I thought I'd defined it so many times, it's a completely positive model, like the stories we've been hearing. But what's different, I think some of the award-winning programs that I saw, there was also just a lot more energy for the community helping and power partners helping. So it wasn't just staff, right? So it's not, I mean, are we still using the old definition? And that's why, you know, I know, Liz, when you, the teachers from Sequoia, when they brought up their concerns and sent us a letter about kids not attending, and in your response, you said that staff members are saying that, I can't remember your exact answer, something like, we shouldn't wait for the SARB, right? We need to do things sooner. So again, those best practice models were sometimes sending to this powerful SARB, positive SARB early on. So I'm wondering why there's a kind of a disconnect with definitions and why we would still be using the old negative model in talking about SARB.
I'm sorry, maybe it wasn't clear. You know, when I talked about SARB, I was making the reference as really trying to highlight the change, where in the old SARB, that was the threat, for a lack of a better term, right? You know, you try all these interventions, but if you don't come to school, then you're going to be referred to the district attorney. Well, that's no longer the case. I know that it's a restorative practice. You come with a very positive mindset, with the growth mindset, and it's all about trying to provide resources and really try to identify the root of the problem. What is preventing the student from coming to school? But what I was trying to say, this is my point, is that as we're having conversations with our teams, is where do we make the biggest impact? Understanding that, yes, SARB is a way to address student needs, but when you have a SARB, it takes a lot of time. The paperwork that it takes and the hours that it takes, right, you know, to put a case together, to bring the family to the district office or to the county office, and the number of people that you invite to that meeting, whether it's social services, whether it's somebody from outside the community, whether it's printing or mental health worker, looking at, you know, case managers, site resources, site administrators, counselors if necessary, director of student services, myself. So you can have some of those meetings, you know, but the reality is, and that the effect on student attendance, it's a lot less effective overall. That's not to say that, you know, those cases are not important, but given the resources that we have one community day liaison, and as you heard some of the comments, as we go deeper into the school year, that number continues to grow. So the question that, and we don't have an answer yet because we're in dialogue mode, is where do we focus that energy? Do we continue to do we focus most of our interventions and energy on those kids that are identified as truancy early on, understanding that, you know, a lot of the severe cases, not the manageable ones, but the severe cases, that they're going to need a lot of time and interventions and case management. So that's the struggle, because SARB is important and it's important to have it, not disregard it. But when you spend so much time taking the case through SARB, that's affecting the, you know, providing the immediate interventions, you know, for the manageable group. That's what I was trying to convey.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. But again, when I sat and looked at best practices, I think the SARB solutions provided relief to the sites. And just, I can't remember all the examples, but one quick one was one district used community partners, people who in the community, to go to the home. So it wasn't staff members going to the homes with groceries as a link in, you know, to get more information. So it actually took some of the pressure off school personnel because it was a community effort to get kids to school, right? Let's see, the other thing I think I want to say is, this is, to me, it's an urgent thing to really be working on, attendance. And sometimes I wonder, you know, with our focus on A through G, you know, college for all, getting kids into harder classes, if that's missing the boat with some of our kids, right? And if it's discouraging, and I don't know whether you guys have any comments on that, because like the kid, I love the story that the kid had Fs and he's brought them to D's and then to C's. I mean, that is such effort, right, for some kids. And that's why we can't tell how kids are doing by just looking at grades, because he's working really hard and he turned it around. So even a D can represent huge effort from some of our kids. And then this sort of pressure that, oh, college level classes, college for all. And that's in his answer. He doesn't know what he wants to do, but he's turned it around. So sometimes this focus on making things harder is a discouraging for some of our kids. Jenna, I guess, can I call it Jenna?
If you just because there's people on Zoom.
Yeah. There is a piece that's persistence, right? So the early intervention in ninth grade is really, really important. Identify which ninth graders are not attending is critically important. Like, and figuring out, and we may or may not be able to move the needle that fast, right? So it is a slow boat for some of them. And if they can get it together and earn some credits, they get to stay, like I said. And then if they don't, they might go to Redwood where they get a fresh start, right? And then by then, hopefully they're ready to turn the page and really get it done, right? But it is all about credits. The thing that didn't get talked about or wasn't in any of our examples was the excessive excused, which is also a real thing. And that might come from a lot of the opposite end, what you might think of our spectrum, and students who are feeling an enormous amount of stress, who may or may not have lots of advanced classes or honors classes, but they also are struggling to come to school every day, right? And like they said, it went from just being truant to now excessive excused is also a separate letter, right? And that the counselors have to choose every single time. Do I suppress this excessive excused? That's a harder question than do I have to suppress the truant letter? The truant letter, we can decide. Well, are they still truant? Did we have a meeting? Is it going well now, right? We just had a meeting 2 weeks ago for a sophomore. He actually has been coming almost every day for the last 2 weeks. Okay, suppress his letter for right now, right? The excessive excused letter is very complicated, right? Because again, what kind of triggers are you gonna do by putting it out there? But on the other hand, we have to acknowledge to the family that this is really hard, that child might be in danger of not getting their credits, of not getting those grades they want if they are not in classes, right? So those are all real conversations. And the tools help, the A to A is helpful, but to be honest, it doesn't send information back to us. It's a one-way street. It only sends the letters. It doesn't send the information back. It doesn't record it in Infinite Campus, right? It still takes real people to do that work. I don't know if that was helpful.
Thank you. I will pass it on to somebody else.
So I thought that slide 14 was pretty insightful. I don't know if we bring it back up. But I did see that tie-in with absences and weekends, school holidays. It could be that families are taking their kids out of school for vacations, or it could be part-time jobs that are, taking over Fridays and Mondays. There could be a lot of things. Maybe the schedules don't align between feeder districts and our school or private schools or whatever the case may be, and students are babysitting. Who knows? But I would like to see that data, broken down further by student demographics. Is it like a full day absence or just the period? I did hear from Carlmont that it's typically the first class of the day and the last class of the day that are the heavy hitters. And I don't know if that chart was saying, like, if they take off early on a Friday and show up late on a Monday, is that counted in that monthly view? So maybe if you could go into a little bit more detail of how to look at that slide, and are there other cuts of the data that we could be doing?
So those are great questions. We can absolutely do reports with that by demographic, LCAP group, grade level. We can report by various attendance codes, so we can definitely provide more details. I've got your question earlier today, so I told Jared I'd be following up later this week with additional reports. As for how that report works, we actually capture every single period. So these are actually cumulative reports. So if, let's say you have a student who misses, let's say you had a site that had 6 periods in a day, a student misses 3 periods and another misses 3 periods, it would add them together to be a single student. That's why you're going to see fractions of students on that report, because we're actually adding up the individual missed periods.
Okay. But it does sound like the root causes then are tracked somewhere else, and the data doesn't necessarily tie back to the charts, which is what I heard, right? That there's some a lot of manual processes and systems not necessarily talking to each other. Oh, do you have? Oh, I don't know if there is an answer, but I don't know if other districts are able to have more connectivity, or you know, are there opportunities to improve within our district?
I'm not sure about other districts, but what I can say is that if we can obtain a little bit more detail based on that calendar of absences, with a little bit more of a breakdown, probably starting with codes. And unfortunately, another trustee, I can't recall which one, had a question around codes and reasons, because there's a varying number of reasons for why students miss a class or miss a half day or a full day, as you just outlined, as just an example of a few. Those don't necessarily always tie into the education code. And the education code gives us guidance on what actually are appropriate excused absences. So just right off the bat, when a parent calls in and says, my student's absent because they're whatever, like an example, home babysitting, we don't have childcare. By education code, that's not an excused absence. We don't code that with say a B for babysitting. That's not a code that we have by education code that allows us to code it that way, because those codes are tied to state reporting for attendance. So we can only dive so far into our codes to look at like a better breakdown. So it's only going to tell us so much. If we have the time and that's the direction we want to go, we could also potentially look at attendance notes, which usually go with the codes, which are very more informative. How we would be able to quantify that would be extremely difficult, because those are narrative.
Yeah, you would need to have some sort of
that would be a process.
symbol to align it, like a categorization under the official code.
Yeah, but we can start with a little bit of a deeper dive, and we can get that information if that's desired.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And then I guess with the paper letters, are there also corresponding emails or texts that go along with that?
I'm gonna let Nick. I know it's possible, but we have some legal requirements that we haven't quite met with our texting notifications because of some of the tech issues. But I'll let him also talk about some of the other.
So it is technically possible. Some things you have to do by letter. For example, truancy letters by law, they do need to go out through the post office, at least for that initial letter. We do have text messaging. It's mainly tied into conference scheduling. We have piloted programs where we've done only electronic communication, either by email or by text. Quite frankly, the success rate on those is lower than it is with the traditional mailing. Parents are much more responsive when they see a hard copy. It tends to be just kind of a shot across their bow. We know that these days people get a lot of communication electronically, especially by text, where they might hear from their school district or site multiple times a week. So a lot of times it just gets lost in that noise. So though it is possible, but we find that the best results really do come from traditional paper mail.
Yeah, I was not saying that the paper isn't good. I was just saying, does it come along with corresponding emails or texts or other methods of communication, right? Like watch out for the mail, or we just mailed you something, or who knows, right? Sometimes.
It's one of those.
Okay.
You can send an email that it's a heads up. It's like there is something on its way.
Oh, okay. Okay. And then for slide 29, I guess that was more benchmark data that showed that parents have a lot more influence in the elementary grades. So do we have a sense of our attendance rate of the various feeder districts, and how are we ensuring that there's good habits before they get to the high school? And then in terms of conferences, are there better tools or ideas that you've come up with to improve the effectiveness and holding people accountable after a conference?
Yeah, first question on our feeders. We are well aware that research shows starting to address attendance at the younger grades has a way better improvement rate. We, as you can tell by our journey, our meandering journey of trying to address attendance in our own district, we haven't really had the chance of exploring that yet with our feeders. We have more than 30 feeder districts and schools that feed into us, which may not sound like a lot, but when you try and get them all in the same room, as I know Sylvia could attest to, it's pretty crazy. When we start doing our articulation process. Through that process, though, with our feeders, we have started, and through the course of our team member, we have a team member using through articulation process, intervention planning and communication from our feeders through CSACE. And so we started that a few years ago, and we had a transition in that position. And so we're every year trying to make that better. But that's a transition process where we do collect intervention data from feeders on our students transitioning as incoming ninth graders. We have a lot of ways to go to make that even better process, which we're constantly, as I said, improving. One component of that is attendance. So identifying students with attendance issues that are coming to us, that's part of that process. But certainly we need to find some time and some additional ways to communicate with leadership, with our feeders and our feeder schools to analyze attendance patterns and see how we can support that at their level if we even can. But to dialogue the importance of it, because we are working on it at our level, and we know we inherit 8th grade, successes and challenges. Did I get both of those?
Yeah,
I think I did.
I think the second part though was the conferences.
Oh, conferences. Yeah. Thank you. Those started in 2019 to 20 in that December and January range, and we had, just as a number of the staff have pointed out, our administrators were just trying to do what they could to address conferencing in our very first year of implementation of attendance monitoring. COVID hit real quick. We had some presentations, ready to go and addressing why attendance matters, resources at each school site. So we had a lot of momentum, and some conferences started to happen, and then we were derailed. So then last year, with kind of a restart, as we talked about in that one visual slide, conferencing started to happen a bit, a little bit more at other sites. A little more at specific sites than other sites, because those sites that it was happening at a higher rate had a few extra resources, including attendance clerk, which actually Isabel used to be an attendance clerk last year, so she could attest to, scheduling some conferences and working on that last year. But the fact still remains, last year, as you could see in the data slides, not like a high percentage of conferences were held. With the addition to the teams this year with community liaisons, as you heard tonight, conferencing is going to be a big part of their work, which they're already doing. We're trying to analyze that to document best practices so that we can share those best practices, not just say from Isabel at Carlmont, but with every other site. And we also know what works at one site may not work at another site so well, but we're trying to share that knowledge and come up with those best practices, yes.
Okay, great. More questions? I guess some of these questions are actually from the narrative, the background report. And I saw that there were many lists of reasons that were probable causes for absences. And I found it interesting that there was only a mention of those struggling academically as a cause. And I know in my own personal experience, there were also students that would skip class because they thought it was too easy, and they would still do their work and still get good grades, but they just never showed up in class. So I don't know if we see that in our district at all.
I think there's probably anecdotes of that. And I know during the pandemic, we included a couple of presentations from Diana Wilmot out of Ed Services Department correlating grades with attendance. So you could see some of those outliers, which I think you pointed out a few of those. So I definitely think on both sides of that coin, there certainly are outliers, you know, students attending that are not doing well, that have perfect attendance. And why is that? And then the vice versa, which is what you just described. So those are situations that we have to continue looking at why, and being able to, you know, identify appropriate strategies and interventions to support those students as well.
Okay. And then in general, how accurate and complete is the attendance data? Because since you're doing it every period, do we know if it's complete or?
So the way HOA reports run, they actually run back. There's always a delay. Our data is not presented live. It's basically we update data every week, and then so sites always have a chance to clear absences. Parents have time to clear those so that they're not triggering their letters when they shouldn't have gotten a letter, for example. And that's really the point behind things like suppression. It's to allow people to clear those codes so that they only do receive the appropriate intervention. As for our data is based directly on what's in Infinite Campus. So when we pull, we're pulling from IC, and whatever's in there, that's what we see and ultimately we're looking at data.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly what Nick jumped in with first on if we took live data and ran with it the day of, the answer would be no. Just because then attendance calls go out. Parents, oh, my student was absent. Well, where were you at today, that period? And then they have the opportunity based on our attendance handbook. They have 5 days. I think that's right? 5 days? 5 days to clear and excuse absences. After that, then they're unexcused absences. So that's why from a Monday, that attendance won't hit until the following Monday to then be verified, to then hit Thursday for either suppression, as you've heard a lot about, or sending confirmation. So it's about a 2-week cycle in order to try and ensure that data is as accurate as possible. And then, you know, we're only as good as the data in Infinite Campus. We know our teachers are doing everything they can in the classroom, working and focusing on attendance as well, and we support that effort. And the attendance based on submitted as teachers, that's what gets included in Infinite Campus. And then through the attendance office, based on that, those attendance marks, that kind of kicks everything that we just outlined into place.
Okay. And then really I think I had one last question. And that related to, you know, back during the pandemic, there were bubble cohorts created, which I think that was where students needed to feel a sense of belonging, that they weren't alone in their journey. And it seemed like they were very effective. So do we still have something like that, or?
No, because that had specifically to do with students coming back in small groups as we were transitioning through the learning and accountability. Well, I already forgot the acronym. The plan. So the bubbles were for the small groups of kids in person as we were transitioning, so that we could work through that.
They also had to be that way because it was COVID.
Yes.
You can have
Yeah,
so
I'm
many
sorry.
people.
I didn't say the COVID word, but that's
Yeah,
why.
there was a certain number during COVID you could only have in group. Exactly.
Thank you.
But I'm just thinking along the lines of, you know, if students are feeling like they're alone in their struggle to attend school, if they actually met other people who are fighting the same battles or something like that, maybe they would feel more motivated to come to school, right?
Yeah, and
because they've got a buddy or something.
That is a strategy that's not just used in like our attendance world, more of just like intervention world in general. You know, our counselors, mental health specialists creating student groups, working through, you know, common issues. Attendance surely can be one, which we'll be looking at with our community liaisons as well.
Okay, great. No, thanks for all the work. I think it is important to make sure our processes are clear and our communications are clear, but I know we're doing a lot of stuff. So thanks for addressing all my questions.
Hello. First of all, thank you all for this thorough 100 and so odd pages of information. I appreciate it. And thank you to Dr. Chacon for answering all my questions today. Jared, okay, Jared, I did see your name on there. Thank you. I had a lot of questions just because we do absenteeism at our school, the school that I work at, and I'm definitely not comparing us because we only have, 300 kids and we have 8,000. So I know it's a big difference. So I do, but the attendance piece of it is very tedious. And so I want to commend you all for putting this information together. I do have a couple of questions. One, Jared, I'm not understanding why it's so tedious to put the areas on page 4. Is it like a data glitch? Is it like the issues as to why kids may possibly be missing school? On page 4, it says health issues, family and social economics, school climate. I'm asking for a particular purpose.
Purpose of including.
I just want to know why that can't be in a system. Is it a glitch?
Oh, so that kind of ties into my previous answer that not every single reason for which students may miss are allowed to be missed under a reason like that, according to the state of California.
Okay.
So we don't have, we only have in our system, those absences is allowed to be
by code ed.
Yeah. Yep.
And so you can't put anything in there.
Oh, we did at one time. We had a tremendous amount.
Okay.
And with an increase in non-ed code absence codes comes just, how can I say it? Confusion. I heard more than confusion.
Okay. It's more of a state and federal kind of issue.
Yes, it's absolutely.
Okay, gotcha. Because I was like, what? Like, is it because I couldn't figure it out?
Yeah, the reason. Let me say though, we do have additional codes that are in there for, say, student activity. We have a suspension code. We have a juvenile hall code. We have a warranted code. All those codes that I just mentioned actually are excused, but don't get included in the A2A data based on the way the state handles those codes.
Okay. What I was going to say to this is I know that part of the community work that I'm involved in, I'm not for sure, Crystal, if you've been, is like this community health input sessions and all the Measure K funding and all this kind of stuff. And one of the things that they have been asking on a community and county level is how do we help schools? And so when we I know that code ed and then what the community needs is two different things, but when we don't know these numbers, it actually makes it very difficult to advocate, right? Even as CSBA or even just as to our county supervisors. And so I'm trying to figure out the way to support those students who are really struggling with lack of engagement or peer pressure, because then there are other strategies through Redwood City Together, or what communities are trying to grapple with and how to design around those things, because what we're finding is then youth who are not in school are where? Riding their bikes through the community, then we get the emails, and then we have to respond, and those are outside of our jurisdiction. So if we had really great data, then they can actually be creative and problem solve around things that we can't do, right? Are you talking to me? Oh, okay. I'm like, is she saying something? Oh, okay.
No, going in my ear.
Okay. I was like, is she saying? Okay, I apologize. So I know that it's difficult, but it may be an area of innovation that wouldn't require more precious time of our community liaisons. And I forgot your role, Alvarado, but whatever your role title, that's wonderful, whatever it is. I forgot what it's called. But you guys do so much powerful work. I also want to preserve your time to do that work, right? So what the community can do and what you all can do may be very much a match. The other piece that I want to ask, and maybe Alvarado can answer this question, what percentage of your time is focused on paperwork? I heard paperwork a lot.
While he's walking up here, it's Mr. Wonderful, by the way, is his.
It's Mr. Wonderful.
That's
your title?
That there are some other areas not specific to attendance codes where we do capture that data.
Okay.
And one area specifically is wellness. And we could have the opportunity to analyze that data. That is wellness contacts with students based on some of the interventions provided. And then additionally, as was talked about with our community liaisons and other staff tonight, is some of that paperwork. That paperwork on intervention planning and using our tool to not only log the interventions and create a plan that goes over a set period of time, that then allows us to look at academics, behavior, attendance, and social emotional learning, hopefully to see an improvement based on those interventions over that time.
Okay.
Those are other pieces of data that we can pull what interventions happened that we can look at as far as then potentially leveraging additional resources. So they're non-attendance data components, because we're always thinking about that too.
Okay,
Now, Mr.
thank you.
Wonderful.
And I called you Alvarado. I'm so sorry. It's just late at night.
That's okay.
I'm a little
It's
tired.
Alvaro. I don't know that I can answer that question, but in terms of documentation in general, that's, I would say 40-50% of work, is just documenting, not just with attendance, but with discipline, with everything. Like the key is documentation. And quite honestly, there's not the bandwidth to be documenting every intervention. That's the reality. So it's really being selective on what to document, what to look at, what's important, what we think it's important that needs to be documented, so that when other staff look at Infinite Campus, they're catching the key interventions, not just from the sites. And that's normally what I do. When I look at any case, whether it's discipline or attendance or whatever it is, it takes me more than a few minutes to look at the intervention tab, to look at the attendance tab, to look at the counselor tab, to look at the ABP, to look at the behavior, because again, it's looking at everything holistically. But paperwork, and it's not just paper. I mean, it's not paperwork because nobody really prints paper anymore. It's, I don't do paperwork, not a lot. I mean, but that's just a figure of speech, right? But documentation, it's very extensive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you,
I just want to add a little to that, because we just had this discussion in our student services department meeting this morning when we were talking about attendance specifically and then mental health specifically, and where we're entering things, It was the idea of, should we have the community liaisons enter it in Infinite Campus and then log out of there and enter it in A2A and then log out of there and enter the intervention in Panorama? Because right now, that's the only way to get this thorough documentation across the board. But to ask them to log it in 3 places just seems burdensome. And we're really digging down, trying to figure out where is the best place to log it. And can we narrow it to 2 instead of having to log it into 3 systems? We don't have the answer to that yet.
Okay. And the reason why I ask, I always, my heart goes out when there's a lot of places to document. It actually takes away from your time to be face to face with people. And that's, I'm being very intentional to ask those questions, because that takes away from the number of students that you can actually see. Or we know that home visits don't take 30 minutes. I've been doing home visits for 25 years. They do not take 30 minutes. They take an hour, sometimes an hour and a half, depending on the relationship building that you need to do. And so I'm trying to be mindful of our resources and how we can best utilize the talents. And the sauce that makes the difference is that face-to-face contact and your collaboration, your face-to-face time with teachers and things of that sort. So that's why I'm asking. And so I just, I'm glad you're thinking about it, because I worry about many systems not communicating and the time that you spent. As far as some of the students in attendance, I noted that I knew before I came on board, Pacific Islanders, we had lost some students during the process. And particularly, I know there was a high flight of boys not coming back to school, and the same with African Americans. So I'm wondering about the cultural competency piece of that and how are we working? I know we used to have a Pacific Islander liaison at Menlo-Atherton that's no longer there. And we know that some of these communities, even though you can lump people together, how we address things may look different because of how the community responds or their historical context with different systems. So I'm wondering, how do we do that here?
I can kick that off and then I'll pass it over to anyone else who wants to add to that. I know one of the advantages we have is our ability, I think Trustee Dubois mentioned it, just all the community partners that we do have. So when we're getting to tier 3, I've been in conversations with groups like Anamatangi, who want to come in and work with students in certain cultural subgroups specifically to address things like behaviors and attendance. So we do have the advantage of having groups that are looking at specific subgroups of our student populations to address issues, which is supremely helpful when it comes to cultural competence that, within the district, not everyone carries across all cultures.
Okay. Go ahead.
I was just going to add it. You also hit the word talent, and finding the right talent, and that sometimes is very difficult, and seeing that there's a need, then we have to talk about how are we going to meet that need, because just as Dr. Schoen said, it's a varying need, and then how do we support each kind of cross section of our student groups? That is a difficult task. But I do appreciate that question because it's really important to highlight.
Yeah. And I just want to say I'm asking intentionally because that's been coming up in the community for the last 3 years that I have been here. And I'm sure it's been coming up beforehand. And so I think people need to see action of what that looks like to address those needs, because sometimes they're pretty unique. They only have a couple more questions. Is when you're looking at most, the students mostly have mental health challenges. Are they, because people use that kind of loosely sometimes, or is it because they're dealing with anxiety and depression? Are they just dealing with mental wellness issues? And they mostly have IEP. So is it like mental health via IEP? Like what does that look like? And I'm asking for an intentional purpose.
Some of our talent
Well, I will say, at least for my experience with the students that I have worked with, a lot of them have reported the transition from COVID and returning to school with the high levels of anxiety, difficulty of reintegration with social components, not knowing how to socialize with due to COVID having that large impact with isolation, as well as having difficulty with the learning process. So that's a hit on their self-esteem. So those are the things that have impacted overall, like when I say mental health challenges, those are the things that have impacted, like, let's say, anxiety, depression, and not knowing and understanding what they're feeling. And then later on feeling an immense guilt. And with IEPs, the services tend to be a little different based on the services that are under their IEPs. So as any attendance, everything will be based on unique and circumstances, but it does make it a little bit difficult with IEPs because we do have to collaborate a lot with their case management, the teachers, and even specific staff that have higher involvement with them. So that does become a little bit more of a challenge.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to know. And just for my colleagues to know, CSBA, Carrie and I have been talking about how we can advocate. The San Mateo School Board Association has been wondering how we can support this mental health and stress around students. And so I'm asking for particular reasons, because I do think it's responsibility of the district, but also, like, if it's broader than that and there's barriers, then we need to think about that at the state level. So that was one thing. And then the last thing I had a question about, hold on, let me find it. What are the caseloads across the district? Are you guys, the community liaisons, district-based or site-based? And then if it's site-based, then what does that look like across the sites? I'm not quite sure.
The community liaisons are district office student services positions that are dispatched at the sites and have home bases at the school sites.
And so do they go up if they're
located at the school sites,
but they're only assigned to one school?
Yes, with the exception of our one for Tide. We also have her support here at the district office, working with some of our district students, very small number, but also in support as a secondary liaison for home visits on designated days.
So do the caseloads vary according to the site? I'm just trying to figure it out because I know some sites are bigger than others, but their attendance issues may be higher than others. So
I think the answer is yes, based on exactly what you just said. You took the answer right out of my mouth, based on not just student body size, but also type of population and what type of absenteeism we're seeing. But there's ample work for one person. In fact, more work probably for one person, as we've heard today. And so caseloads are starting pretty small. We have to remember these are more of a tier 2 support intervention for attendance, working directly with one of our liaisons. We do still have a tier 3, which is Maribel at the district office level, working with an even smaller number. We anticipate the caseloads to go up. They're probably already extremely high, and then we'll have to be making some of those, our liaisons with our guidance and the site guidance, making some tough decisions as to that time that they have working, as you said, individually, that personal contact. How do we find that balance? And that's going to be a week-to-week thing, as we're meeting with them still week to week, because we understand the importance of that for them.
And Jared, how do you guys work with the Human Services Agency? I know at some point, if kids aren't coming to school, it's a mandated reporting situation.
We work very closely with them. Lots of communication back and forth, more at the site level. And as mandated reporters, yes, any suspected negligence gets reported. But then it's not just about submitting a report. Like we also have to then, or sorry, not just about submitting a report. We then have to provide support, because that's not just going to resolve. I mean, we all know that's a process in itself. Some of
It's
those
usually the last resort, but I
Yes,
was just
exactly.
wondering, how do they work with you all if the needs are beyond what the district can do?
Mhm.
Because they also have differential response, right? Which is not necessary an open case, it's a voluntary case. How are they supporting our students that are more, and that probably is more of a smaller population, even of the chronic, but how are they supporting us? Because I don't hear that in the report that I saw. So I'm just wondering.
Yeah, and I want to say it's actually the opposite of a last resort. If we suspect anything, that's the first thing we need to do is report to CFS. So we have them involved from the beginning, and that's a parallel process aside from us continuing our work with any student and any family with all the things that were outlined by community liaison, by Maribel, in their positions to really dig down in what this individual case may need.
Because I know you have to do a plan before they want to know that we have done our good faith effort around some of this. Or as
when you report suspected abuse, you just report suspected, yeah, and neglect, yes,
educational neglect,
right? We just need to report, negligence as child abuse. That just needs to be reported, and we continue with our process of what we can do to support that student.
Okay. All right. And then the last thing, I've heard good things, even though I said your name wrong first time, Alvaro. It is not Alvarado. Sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. Alvaro, that I've heard from the community. He is the real deal. He's the dude to go to, as I'm quoting someone. He's the real deal. So whatever you're doing, we got cred in the community. So thank you.
All right. So as president, I go last, but student trustee actually texted me a question. It's mom's birthday, but I'd love to have asked. And he's asking about the academic penalties for a certain amount of tardies, in quotes, policy, which was removed a couple of years ago, and whether they have data on that. I don't know exactly what that policy is, but if anyone has any insights in what that even means, and if not, no. So it stopped a few years ago.
I apologize for being distracted. I asked Satvik how his dinner was, and he just sent me a couple of gorgeous appetizers. So I'm going to take a picture of the fruit bowl and send it back to him. So we got rid of the tie between attendance and grades when we got rid of the non-attendance penalty. So there, at this point, teachers may have individual measures that they use in their classrooms to a certain extent, but Ed Code says that we cannot use attendance as a measure by which we give a grade.
Okay, I think that answers the question. So I'll just a comment that the list of reasons for absences and all the different reasons why there might be absences. I happen to have read your report, and then the next day went to the strategic planning session, and that was part of our discussion because we're looking at metrics and what we might do, and obviously attendance is one of key metrics that strategic planning groups start talking about, and just having, like, I wouldn't have thought of that there were so many different reasons. I mean, I guess if pressed, I might have come up with it, but having seen it was helpful. So I'm sure it's not. Something you used a word earlier, the word teeth, in terms of like teeth in the system, and I know that Carrie Lee's a big believer, and it sounds like we've heard very positive stories of kind of this positive approach to attendance, looking at the strengths and that sort of approach. And at the same time, what I am seeing when I look at the data, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but that the policy went from one that used to be more severe to one that's more not as severe. I don't know what the right word would be, but at the same time, it looks like the amount of major problems with attendance went way up. So it looks like we went from a harsher policy to a less harsh policy. And I hear a lot of success stories, but I see a data that looks like things got way worse. And so I don't know if everyone seems to think that the more positive approach is better, but it appears that the positive approach is resulting in at least the way I saw that chart. And maybe I'm not piecing things together right in time, but if you can comment on that.
I think you are, if we remove COVID-19 off the table, because the shift in SARB to go less punitive and more restorative was in place and moving that direction before COVID. However, the SARB process has only limited capacity to deal with, as we just heard, the myriad of issues that are representative of just mental health in general. Those concerns around a student with mental health issues and why they may not be attending. The SARB process, while yes, we can partner and we have experts in various agencies to support mental health, that was kind of the model pre-COVID. So we've got a shift, even though we just started with really kind of the restorative approach to SARB in our district. That's kind of how I would respond to that. I don't think you're wrong. But we also didn't anticipate the attendance issue shooting up based on COVID as well.
When you say teeth, that was the district attorney in the past used to get involved. Is that what you mean? So that was statewide. And like our district attorney, even if we wanted to give a case to him, probably wouldn't take it.
Our juvenile judges do not provide court time in San Mateo County for attendance.
It just seemed like the approach shifted and then the attendance got worse. And maybe, other things.
Really bad timing.
A whole lot of other stuff happened too, but to me, it seems that there could be some amount. Hey, I'm 17, I'm 18, I don't want to go. There's nothing they can do to me. And so I'm just not going to go. And if there was something they could do to me, then maybe I would go. And that's sort of the opposite of, so I'm seeing this giant leap up in attendance problems and hearing great success stories with this restorative approach, but yet the overall number appears to be worse. And so I'm just kind of wrestling with that.
I hear what you're saying, just in the sense that the DA used to really more address it with high school families, could find families. I believe they used to be able to take driver's licenses, and there was a variety of things. And I would say by variety, I mean maybe a handful of things they used to do. And all of that has been sunsetted. They won't address anyone 18 and over. They generally don't take cases from the high school because they find that they can have the most impact with parents in the elementary school to set the good behaviors and habits. And so when it comes to the SARB and county NDA, when we use the word no teeth, we mean those 5 things are gone. And we as a school system really need to reflect on what we can do to positively re-engage students, because we can't use we can't take driver's licenses, we can't take work permits, and I don't even know that we would want to, so I think that's, and to your point is, it seems like when those things went away, I hear what you're saying, our attendance rates got worse. And maybe that is one of the correlations. There's just so many confounding factors because of COVID. It's really hard to say one way or the other. Unfortunately, there's no direct, this happened and we saw this change, because at that time, everything happened.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm just curious on that. Another comment, Jarrett, you made was that something about the teachers and taking attendance. And I've heard anecdotally that maybe not too long ago, maybe, or that the practices of our teachers in actually recording attendance has maybe varied over time. If you have has the percentage of teachers that accurately record attendance been steady over the last decade, or has there been changes in the last few years? And if so, what have those changes been like, and how would you characterize it?
Yeah, I think that's tough, especially because it's about 6 years ago. Also, we changed the method to comply with state reporting. I can't exactly, if our previous info services manager was here, he could explain exactly what that means. But we also changed the reporting method for compliance reasons, which actually dropped attendance rates, because the way we were recording attendance before, it was resulting in a bunch of false positives. So we had a huge dip. And when that happened, we knew it was going to be coming based on that change. And so we started dialoguing with our administrative vice principals pretty early on, saying, hey, as Alvaro attested to, when I started talking about attendance 6-7 years ago, that's why. And so our administrators then at the school site started to talk a little bit more with their staff about attendance taking, just being accurate, submitting it. I don't know if I could quantify that, because I don't know what happened before I was here, because that was like my first few months in the district at that time. But what I will say is, off the top of my head, we absolutely have teachers taking attendance as accurate as possible on a daily basis. And in the few instances where they may be forgetting, we do have staff that are looking at the classroom activity monitor, because it's pretty obvious when, say, a class just didn't get submitted, and then they check in with the teachers. So I know there's those processes at the sites to help ultimately get better and cleaner data.
Okay, thank you. I'll just comment, I thought the student videos was a great touch and way better than having a student have to sit here for however many hours that would have been. So I would just say totally worked for me, and that would be, if for me at least. I'll just throw that out there. If anyone else wants to comment on that, I thought it was to save the students from having to wait for all this time. And so I think that was a well received. So now I'd like to shift to a sort of a section of board discussion, which I don't know. I've heard several things. Each person kind of went one at a time, and we didn't ever talk amongst ourselves, or have not yet. And I'll just say a few things that I heard, with maybe one question was sort of, I think Jared said, what is desired? And my answer to that would be, well, whatever would work, but I don't know what that would be. Some ideas that I heard was documentation efficiency. It sounds like there's a lot of time spent on documents, a lot of different forms to fill out. I don't know if there's a solution
not talking
to make the systems interact better. That would be something that would be something worth exploring. I heard the terms community support, I think, several different times. And I don't know if there's something that would go with that. And I heard subcode data, that there's data taken about what's legally required, and potentially interest in knowing reasons. But I would say I'm personally interested if it's going to actually help make attendance better.
I guess some of it was like taking that slide 14 and down to the next level to understand some of the patterns and root causes, right? Because then you can have much more focused interventions. I don't know. I'm just like guessing out loud, but because sometimes you see the patterns more effectively when you dive a little deeper versus at the district-wide level.
I mean, one of the things Hetty Chang talks about is, if you care about attendance, there should be reports more frequently. And I'm really concerned about that 20 or 30%. I don't know, it's up to you guys. I mean, it's better than once every few years, I think, right? And I'm concerned about that 20, 30% that is not attending. I mean, just zeroing in on that. And it really should be making it easier for the sites. I mean, that's my measure, right? It should be like relief. And I know we're starting to get there because we have new hires, right? And these new hires are doing, physicians are doing fantastic work, but maybe it just will take a while for that relief to be felt.
We definitely have areas of improvement. That's what we do, is we're constantly in improvement and redesign. During our strategic plan, it would be nice if this would become a goal and a priority, because as you can see, even if you look at just the past couple of months, And in addition to student services working on attendance, we're also dealing with safety and discipline at the sites and supporting that way. So it's never stopping. And what Alvaro had mentioned as far as like being able to choose, it's very difficult to choose because it's not that one thing is more important than another thing. It's just at that moment, what is the most important thing? And that is constant all day long, every week. But we do have, I have concerns about what we heard from Edith and what we heard from Sylvia. And so there's definitely some things that we have to like get into and figure out. So for staff, it would be very helpful if we had a clear goal from the board or how frequent you all would like to receive attendance reports, and then we can plan accordingly and design initiatives to actually create needle movers, which we are starting to do, but it will, those new positions are 6-8 weeks old, maybe. Yeah.
So just in response to that, I would say initially my thoughts would be either after each semester data is known or after each year's data is known would be the frequencies. I don't think more frequent than that would be. So it'd be time to, but I'd be open to recommendations if you thought there'd be a good frequency for reporting to the public and, to us, and it wouldn't need to be as thorough and exhaustive as this. It could be more of a, some of the things updated, but that's what we're talking about.
Right. I mean, but as I shared, like we're trying to create baselines, right? That's why you got this big report. So then we know where we were. So then we can actually measure and actually be able to capture where we're going. Because when we don't have it centralized, even through this exercise, when the student services team was doing this, they were just like, oh, like, I remember having this conversation at the AVP meeting. I remember us doing these things. And I do think that we need to make it more front and center, with the board, if that is your desire. But the length of this initial, this topic was to create a baseline, then to move forward, provide updates on how the impact of our liaisons are doing, and then how that tie into ed services and also to, our students' grades, ultimately, affecting our graduation rates, right? So it is all tied together. And as you can see, that it's very complex and there's a lot of moving parts. In addition, we have the requirements by the state and what we're required to do. And the systems that we work with can often be restrictive. So it's about exploring, do we need a new student information system? Do we need to figure out a way to move away from Panorama? I mean, those are all things that we have to talk about as a district to be more efficient, but our industry it's never really supported that as far as the systems go, and we're trying to catch up.
So my sense at the moment is that it's highly likely to be a strategic plan, goal focus by the time we have that, to have something about attendance with some frequency of reporting and specific goals, but we could try to go further now or think about it and come back.
There's a couple of things that first of all, thank you for highlighting all that conversation in 3 or 4 bullets. So I appreciate that. But I do think there is some pieces around how the community can support us. And I'm not just talking about community agencies. I mean, our county is in a place where we need to think about how do we advocate and get our message out of where we need support, right? Because what I typically hear, even at the meet and greet or the 20th meeting last month, community was like, we didn't know that this was happening, right? We didn't know the efforts, right? And so there are passing of judgment about what our district is or isn't doing off of whatever their perception is or what their experience with is. And so I do think for me, and I know that we haven't figured out as an organization kind of what our deeper committees will be. I feel like we don't have any committees to study anything, but that are standing committees. But I go to the Menlo Park Community Trust meeting. It's not a board committee meeting, but I go there because that's where I found out organization, and I get to say what I hear today, like, hey, we have an attendance issue. How are you guys dealing with attendance? And you have police officers and so many other organizations and a few feeder districts that go to the Menlo Park. And so I'm just trying to figure out, how do I be an ambassador for the information that I'm hearing? Because others want to know what we are doing so that they can support it. I know that a couple of our partners didn't know certain things that we were working on. And I'm now getting emails like, oh, I now understand. So I do think on a global level, there's some information we can use to advocate with our county, with our with our children and family services, with our health organization, because what we are dealing with is social determinants of health, the things that really impact kids coming to school. And so I do think, it's more of an organic process, but I do think we need some talking points and some agreements around how do we advocate for this group of children or students when they actually are crossing different systems that are impacting. Like, there's only so much student services really is. I mean, we can send Alvaro and the team out to 100 home visits, but if there's a plateau of what you can do, you need other systems to start jumping in and supporting us. And I think it's an opportunity for us to kind of figure out what our advocacy platform is. And it might not be like something big like, CSBA or Sematel Board Association, but like, these are our 5 talking points where you're like, we're hitting a brick wall. We need more community support around this. And I think our community partners are doing a lot, but I'm not necessarily sure if we're at the table helping to design it. I know people are coming to us with what they've received or kind of what their process is, which is honorable, and I respect that. But now that I'm hearing this, I'm like, how do we match both those efforts together so that we're also getting what we need out of it on our systems end of it? And so that's my first thought. I don't feel like as a student trustee, y'all, okay. Woo, student of the board. But like, I feel like today I've gotten language to go out and talk about it, right? And some of the best tools I have is talking in the circles that I'm in to make a big difference. And so I'm thinking about the mental health piece. I'm thinking about those, but I'm just one trustee without a direction. So then I'm like, I'm speaking for myself, right? And so I feel like there's something we can do just to kind of clarify, with the support of the voices of our students who were in the video, like, can we come up with some talking points? And wherever you go, you're evangelist for like student services, right? And then eventually people will pick up on it. So that's just one of my suggestions.
I feel like at the moment, like, maybe we should wrap this discussion for now. And I think I would say a decision would be, do we want to get a first semester report sometime in the, I don't know, what it would be, March, April timeframe? I'm not sure when would be the right timeframe, or do we want to wait and have our next report be a year from now and have it be on this year's data?
Had attendance day in the past, it's been all of our kids, and it's like so much data. Would it be simpler just to focus on that 20 or 30% and then understand the demographics of that group?
How about if we have an attendance subcommittee that we select at our board reorganization that helps with whatever you think would be best?
Okay. So I have a question. So what I said wasn't part of the conversation?
I'm just suggesting that we're not going to come to a recommendation, a board recommendation or something on what you said at the moment, and that we will review this discussion either in March, April, or a year from now, and then look at what, from what you said, it's unclear to me like what the board direction specifically would be.
Yeah, my board recommendation or suggestion, I should say, is for the group to tell us what kind of talking points do we have, especially as we're trying to rally community around this topic, because I don't think we can do it alone. I think we're doing exactly what we're supposed to be doing. I'm so glad we got more staff, and we can't do that alone. It does cross over other systems. And there's a prime opportunity right now because of the community health reporting and listening sessions that the county is doing around social determinants of health, if you guys aren't familiar with that, where we are giving input about what communities need. There is also Measure K. There's also, we got a new Children and Family Services director. We have a new health director, Dr. Kismet, that there are some opportunities with a shift of leadership and people trying to understand how do we really support our students and our families and individuals who don't have children, how to really support them during this moment. And so I think it's an opportunity to hear from folks, like if there was two things that we could do, a talking point, whether Carrie is going to a fundraiser or whether I'm going to the community trust or talking to my friend across the table, what are the two things that I say around this topic that could rally people around supporting our students that are having significant barriers to come to school? So that's what I was thinking. Hopefully that's clear.
Amy, do you have any thoughts?
No, not at this time. Yeah.
We just might not be ready. I love what you're saying, but it needs to probably come from our superintendent. I don't know if we're ready to rally people unless we can, because all that takes some coordination somehow, somewhere, right? It could be the partnerships we have maybe with our feeder districts. So like even Belmont River Shores, I don't really feel like we're always talking about the things that I'm, like I wanted to talk about substance abuse. Substance abuse is one of the reasons some of our kids don't attend, right? And we had to hire somebody for Carmont. So some of those kids are probably coming from Belmont River Shores and San Carlos.
Yeah.
So it's part of our partnership,
Yeah.
just, but we can't really solve that right now. We'll have to work with our superintendent.
But I do think, prioritizing the feeder districts and really partnering with them is a good place to start, right? Because that's why I actually brought up some of the vacations, family vacations, because that happens a lot in VRSSD. That's one of the top reasons for absences.
There's my.
Yeah.
There's my.
Okay, I think that concludes the information part. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. We're going to take a break now. It's 9:45. Order. The first item, since we're approaching 10 p.m., I need a motion to extend the meeting past 10 p.m.
Oh, I move to extend the meeting past 10 p.m.
Thank you. Second? Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the next item I'm going to propose with support of our superintendent that we move item 15.2 to our next meeting. Any objections? Are you okay?
That's fine.
Okay, so item 15.2, we're moving to our next meeting. Okay, next is a public hearing on consideration of adopting resolution number 002, sufficiency of textbooks and instructional material. I need to call the hearing to order. Is that or do we have a discussion on the hearing? We just open and close the hearing first, right? And then okay. So the public hearing is open at 9:56 p.m. Anybody wish to comment? about this item on our public hearing? Okay, seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Next, we have item 17.1, which is consideration of adoption of resolution number 2, sufficiency of textbooks and instructional materials by a roll call vote. I guess I'll ask if any board members have any questions that they'd like to ask about this, or if we're ready to make a motion. Does anybody have a question? Johnny, do you have any questions? Okay, do you have a motion to approve item 17.1?
So moved.
My second?
Thank you. Roll call vote.
Trustee Ku,
Yes.
Trustee Dubois,
Yes.
Vice President Stevenson, President Ginn.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Thank you. The next item is consideration of adoption of resolution number 4, GAN limit. We have materials in our agenda. Does anybody have any additional questions they'd like to ask before we act on this item? Okay, seeing none, do I have a motion to approve item 17.2?
My second?
Roll call vote.
Trustee Ku,
Yes.
Trustee Dubois,
Yes.
Vice President Stevenson, President Ginn.
Yes.
Motion passed.
We did the hearing. I used the hammer and I tapped it. No one commented, so you didn't miss it. We had 0 comments. Okay, the next item is approval of response to San Mateo County Civil Grand Jury Report, Education Everyone's Business. School business partnerships make an impact in county high schools.
Good evening, everyone. This was something that was required by the grand jury to be completed by all schools in the San Mateo school districts, LEAs in the San Mateo County district. And so before you this evening is our answers to the questions from the grand jury. They center around, does the county and its LEAs understand the value of CTE, career technical education, and what steps are they doing to make it available to students in their district? The county got the grand jury request out to districts late because they had some turnover and it just got caught, as things do. Ours is delayed because we had a board study session, and so we could not meet the deadline unless we held another board meeting. And since there's no penalty for it being late, we thought we would not hold another board meeting, and so we're bringing it before you this evening.
Does anybody have any questions? Do we not need a roll call for this one, or do we? Okay, of course. Yep. Motion to approve item 17.3.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Unanimously approved. Okay, the next item is future agenda items. Does anybody have anything like to bring up for future agenda items?
I do think, I know I can't remember what we said at the last meeting. I'm really exhausted, but I think we need some type of advocacy. We can call it something else, community relations or community engagement, but some type of talking points around some of our hot button issues that really require more other systems to participate with us on, so that we can lessen the burden of staff. And I'm not for sure how we do that, but that hopefully we can have it as an agenda item where we can have some discussion or maybe get some input from a couple of departments, whether it's special education, whether it's student services, or whether it's staff retention, some talking points about our district, how we can use that language in the many circles that we are, so it's a coordinated effort. I think we're missing some opportunities right now with all the community input. So there you go.
Comments?
Well, I wanted to just bring up, I know for the study session, we ended up so late at night. And I know Superintendent Leach is trying to do some follow-up work. But I think we should have something in an upcoming meeting where we kind of report out on that and then provide a bit more direction from the board, because we never had a chance to discuss amongst ourselves. We were pretty much getting the line cut at 1 a.m. So I don't know when is the appropriate time, but I think it does make sense to circle back, because it was kind of unfinished, right?
So I completely agree with you. We did end we ended because it was 1 a.m, not because we were really finished with the item. I would propose bringing it back on our next meeting in 2 weeks. But
just to clarify though, I will not have answers to what I'm currently working on in 2 weeks. So the conversation.
I meant for board discussion. I meant for board discussion.
I thought we were going to give her more time.
Yeah, I guess like the idea
We
was
can't really give direction on this, right? Did you want to give direction?
Because I think we need some information. From
Yeah,
her
I think there's
first.
some follow-up information. So that's why I said I don't know when the right time is.
I
But
think
we
that
do
would
need
rely on
to
our
circle back at some point. Because I know that, there was some additional data that we wanted to look at, and then you're having meetings with the feeder district. So there's kind of like some sleuthing work that's going on, right? So I think it would be helpful to hear the sleuthing. Yeah, detective work. And we could provide some additional guidance. Like if we had specific questions, we could add that to the list and make sure that the next time we meet, some of those questions are answered so that we can actually have a thorough discussion. And then if there's anything we want the district to focus on.
I just looked up sleuthing as careful investigation. So Crystal, you're doing some careful investigation.
I will be smoothing. I'll be doing that, but it's yeah, it's hey, I want a different one, please. Yes.
I don't think we're going to be ready for the next meeting.
Yeah, I think next meeting might be tough, right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
It might be real tough.
But I don't know when.
So I looked at it as just we're finishing the prior meeting that ended at 1 a.m. and having the discussion that we didn't have because it was 1 a.m.
Yeah.
And yours.
Information to have discussion. And so I wonder if it's better to have it later in the fall or something like that, or based off our superintendent, because she still is filtering calls and talking to departments, and we heard some concerns, and so we need her to answer those questions. And there's been a lot going on in our district. So I know people want to push it, but we also need to do our due diligence on our end to do some sleuthing. And so I want to give her the space to be able to do that. Just one board person.
It sounds like Amy and Shanice, you both said you don't want it to have on the next agenda, Carrie. Okay. So
Because I thought we agreed.
We can review again later.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying that we need to have that meeting, but we need to have our questions answered, because many of us had questions even leading into the study session, and some of those can or cannot be answered. But Superintendent Leach, like I said, is doing a lot of sleuthing right now. So we need to give her a little bit of time so that those questions are answered, and then we have a fuller discussion, right?
Okay. And then what I was asking earlier, Shanice had a comment about having an agenda item about talking points. And I was wondering if either of you had a comment about her comment about having an agenda item. Maybe if you want to restate in a, like, what would it say on the agenda item?
The topic would be, because I don't know if advocacy is the right word, but I would say talking points related to our needs. So public relations or public engagement.
So looking at the board to have a discussion.
I'm looking at Bonnie, help me because I'm losing words. When we're trying to influence and share our story about areas of need, what would that be? Community relations or advocacy?
I think it's just talking points.
Okay.
It's talking points, but I want to, we are currently deep well into our strategic plan, which is supposed to give us our North Star, which is supposed to direct us and realign our priorities and our goals so that we can get focused. We are halfway through this race. So I would just recommend to hold on. I absolutely agree that you need we all need talking points so that as you all help in your areas, since we cover such a vast geographical area, that you are equipped with talking points. But we need to get through the strategic plan.
You're nodding yes. Okay, for now. Any other future agenda items?
I'm like holding on.
Well, are we going to have our Ravenswood 2+2? Because that might be a place to have some talking points, right? About attendance.
Excuse me. Yes.
Is that? Is that?
I think around community supports, when kids go across or have the potential to go across many different systems because of attendance.
Yeah. So
I mean, that's just one area.
That's a good place to do it rather than taking it. And also maybe in the Redwood Shores 2+2, Belmont Redwood Shores.
I think the 2x2s are a good place, but like what Shawnee's brought up earlier about like that the Menlo Park community meeting, the community trust, right? Like we serve 7, 8 different jurisdictions, right? So like yesterday when Liz and I were attending a school safety meeting in Belmont, there were other school safety meetings going on in other cities, right? And so we kind of have to figure out a way to divide and conquer, because we just cover such a large area.
But is Ravenswood 2+2? Do we have that calendared, or are we working on that?
We are working on it.
You're working on it, okay.
Because I think, divide and conquer, but also we're not just talking to, sometimes I feel like I'm talking about what's important to me versus what's important to the board. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, I would say that's why when we have the adopted strategic plan, then we should all be aligned. Let's all be agreed on some goals, and then staff can work on services, and then we will move forward. Yes. Together
we go.
And we're going to fertilize this, and we're going to change the go to grow.
Are there any other future agenda items to discuss? I think that was a motion to adjourn. You'll have a second.
Second. Second.
All in favor of adjournment?
Aye.
Okay, good night, everyone.
I need signatures from all board members.